What's up, guys? My name's Glitchering. Call me Rune. Welcome in, welcome in. How's everyone doing today on this fine Sunday? I know I'm doing pretty well. Today we're going to be doing some game development. We're working on a new game just for this next 2 weeks. How's it, no matter how low I turn my YouTube, it always seems to be way too loud for me. I don't know what's up with that. Hey, Rune streaming on a Sunday? I know, right? What's up, Jay? How's it going? We're working on game jams today. How's everyone doing on this Sunday? I know I'm doing pretty good. Just kind of woke up. I know Snyder's tired because we had D&D last night. There's a dog here. No bark. Jeez, no bark. So I've been sort of creating a design document, and I've been working with Nikara for this one. He had to bring out bouquets this morning. Ooh, fun. I didn't sleep in too long this morning. I woke up at like 9:30, I guess. I've been crazy today. Oh no, he's back. I am back. So yeah, let me see if I can pull up my design document. At least what I have so far. Ooh, sorry about the bright colors. So this game is based on Played Up It's Overcooked. So it's gonna be a potion making game. So this should be a lot of fun to make. The whole idea is based on those two games. So like we're creating a character to the move, and then you have a potion shop. And yeah. Your roommates had people sleep over last night. They were up at 7 a.m. You had no sleep. Damn, sucks. So after D&D, I let my dog out, right? And then he ended up rolling around in something, and he came in smelling like death, and it was the worst smell in the world. And I was like, God damn it, Jace. So whatever he did, I had to end up bathing him last night at like 3 a.m. because otherwise he would be smelling terrible. So I had to deal with that. I mean, generally Jace is pretty good, but like I don't know. Last night he just whatever he rolled it around, I was like, oh my god, I can't. So I don't know. I don't know what he rolled around in. Wheel. We don't have a wheel today. Not right now, at least. There's not enough tasks, I don't think, and it's pretty progressive. Like we have to do stuff in certain orders. If we were working on my Cubic Chronicles, we probably would, but definitely need to set up an exclamation point wheel. What would you just want that to be like spin that wheel, just yell it as Nightbot? Maybe you could make it graphic that's like pop up. That'd be cool. Maybe. I did start on the game. It's not like completely from nothing. So I'm petting Jace at this entire time because if I don't, he's gonna bark. Um, but I could show you guys what I have. I think it's pretty neat for a base concept so far. We don't have the art yet. I think Nikara's working on that. Hopefully she'll get a little bit more today, so we can get something a little bit more. So far we have the floor is what we have set up. Um, yeah, here's what we have so far. I think it's actually pretty good for what it is. You have some player movement, and I feel like that's actually pretty smooth. Um, Your character's moving the direction they're looking. Rotation's not too crazy. It's not like jerky either. So like there's still some move back and forth. And then this is an item. So if you see, there's kind of a little field for this character. Held or interactable items. So that's anything in front of the character. If you see it's a health potion, that's what that is. It's a health potion. Trust me, guys, it looks like a cube, but it's a health potion. And you can click and you can pick it up. So your character has it running around. So as you can sort of see, this is starting to come together as like an actual like cooking game. So you pick items up, you drop them off. You can pick them up, you know, run around, drop it off. Pick it up, drop it off. I feel like so far for what it is, it's pretty good. Drop it off, you know, pick it up, drop it off. What do you guys think? And I like how it's like, it's there, and then like when you drop it off, it has physics. It even has physics, so you could even like, you can push it around. And then when you click it, you pick it back up. I mean, we're planning on maybe eventually doing this as a co-op, but for the game jam, we're just gonna do single player. So I don't know. I'm actually really happy with this. For how simple it is so far, I think it's actually really clean. I've been trying to do like crazy movements to see like what would be happening, you know? I don't even know what, like it doesn't seem all that bad. I mean, my whole point in this game jam is I just want a really clean game. And like I don't think the concepts we have in the game are too complex, and we've kept it pretty much within scope, or pretty small scope at least. I wonder if there's a game jam. There is. Okay, cool. But yeah, so the next thing is that we have this item, and we want to make a counter, right? And when a player walks up to it, instead of just dropping it, if they're in front of a counter, it'll set on that counter. So that's kind of the goal, to create like items that can start being interacted and set stuff on. So let's create a counter. And yeah, try to set it up so that when I click on it, it'll set the item on top of it. So we're gonna go, I've been calling this furniture and items is the two things I've been calling it. Is that within? No, okay, that's good. So we're gonna create an empty, I'm gonna call this countertop. I misspelled that. That's okay. For now, the shape's just gonna be a cube. We're gonna set this up 0.5. The countertop should be 0.5. Is that good for a countertop? Oh, this is the game. Hold on, let me go in the scene. If I do 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, is that too small? I feel like maybe 0.51, or should there be some space in between? Maybe 0.58, so it's not like as wide. 0.57? 0.58. 0.7. No, 0.5. I like the 0.5 for that. 0.7. Okay. And I gotta put another cube in. And this is just to see where we are in terms of the level. So 1 by 1. So I'm gonna put this in the corner. Whoops. Put this thing in the corner. And then we're gonna delete this one. So I kind of want this against the wall is the idea. So the front is gonna be against the wall. Negative 0.15. Okay. Now let's move furniture. Okay, now let's move the countertop like, I don't know. Let's move it like here. So now, Jace, calm down. So now what we want to happen. We kind of have two things happening. So if you look at the code, what happens when we click is that we see the items in front of us. So I think we want to see what the closest item is to us because that's the item we want to interact with. And so this is kind of like the item. We'll go var interacting item. And this is gonna be kind of different if we have a held item or not. So let's do Jace is just, can you guys hear that? Jace is kind of hearing over here half barking, doing half roofs behind me. I just want to make sure he's not too loud. Okay, so we're gonna probably call a new function. Which we could probably make a new service. Which I generally like doing this. If you saw my other game, I like making services as much as possible. We'll create a item interaction service. Public static. Yeah, so I don't know how long I'm going to stream today. I don't know. Sorry, I was looking at my phone. I don't know what the plan is. I'm just kind of, hanging out, vibing, working on my game. Just FYI. So if I end up, going AFK for a second, I will let you guys know. But we're just kind of a chill day today. But we are working on a game. Hopefully we'll make progress. At least that's the whole point of today. So we're making a new public static void. No, we don't want void. We want an item. No, we want void. What do we want? We want a game object. We want an interactable. Which doesn't exist. We'll create a new one. Class interactable. It's gonna be a mono behavior. And items are gonna be, whoops, I do need that first. Items are gonna be interactables. And furniture are gonna be interactables. Furniture. Interactable. Okay. And then back to the interaction service. So we're returning an interactable. What do we call this thing? It was nothing yet. Get closest interactable. And we gotta pass a list of interactables. List of interactables. And then bool is holding item. Okay, player. We can make this a thing of interactables. So I'm just cleaning this code up. Okay, cool. So we are going to, and for each var closest interactable equals interactable objects dot first. Return closest. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to find the distance between I guess we just pass in the player. We don't need to pass in all the other stuff. Player. And this is gonna be bam, this interactable service dot And then we're just gonna do player dot interactable objects. So we are just gonna get the closest one first, and then we'll worry about the is holding item or not. If what it would be distance. What's the distance? So I feel like we should store a var distance equals 0. Vector 3 dot dis. Oh, there is a distance between A and B. Oh, okay, that's nice. So I could just go player dot interactable objects dot first dot transform dot position and player dot transform dot position. I'm gonna do player first. No real reason. So we have distance, so we're gonna get var new distance equals this. It's gonna be interactable instead of closest. And then we're just gonna go if new distance is less than distance. No, you're right. We need both. We're gonna go distance equals new distance, and then closest interactable is interactable. So that should just be general. So there's two objects. We'll just get the closest one. Wonder if we can test this out. Let's see. And then that is going to be the item. Interacting object. So if item, let's just get this working. So we have this. So if held item equals null and var item equals interacting object as item. If that's not true, then it's an item. We can do the same thing. Okay. Now let's make sure this works. So currently the game should function as it was before. Whoops, I already broke something. If player dot interactable objects equals null or player dot interactable objects dot any return null, or there isn't any. Okay. So clicking doesn't break it. Okay, I mean that half worked. Let's Make duplicates. It's not quite what we want. I mean, we can sort of test this out though. Hold on. Push these together. And wait, do these not really exist? What's happening? Wait, are these? Hold on. What are these? What are these? These aren't even health potions. They're like, that's weird. Okay. Okay, so it's not quite working yet. This seems to be working though. So something with this code doesn't work. Instantiate a new item. Destroy. Maybe it's when I drop it. Destroy all held items. Okay. I don't even know what this. I don't even know what's wrong. Okay, let's try to figure out what's happening. So nothing happens when you click. We walk in front of this. It's there, right? We're looking at this thing. It exists. We click. This thing somehow just deletes. It's something with the when I click, I'm deleting the wrong thing. So this destroy is wrong. Do I need destroy item? Oh, do I need destroy item dot game object? Dot game object. Okay, that was it. And then we drop it. And then we click it up. Drop it. Pick it up. I like how we can just set it on the counter. That's kind of like overcooked mechanics, not played up mechanics. I was trying to think of how played up does it. Played up doesn't just allow you to drop stuff. I think that's fine, right? Would you guys rather have the items just drop? Or would you rather have it like actually have to be in space? So like you actually have to set it on counter. What do you guys think? Because that's kind of the difference between overcooked and played up, right? In overcooked, you can kind of just drop the food wherever, and it doesn't matter. And like, it only matters because like you can't set it on. Drop on command or drop when you've hit the position. So drop. So what I'm asking is like, so right now you see how I could kind of just throw this object wherever, this thing. Right, so this is kind of how overcooked works. Like you could just kind of drop wherever, and then specific items you have to set on the counter. Like, for example, if I drop it here, it wouldn't just drop. It would basically center into the center of this countertop, and that countertop space would be like taken up. You can't place anything else there. That's how plate up works. which kind of makes sense if you're doing food. So that's kind of like the same idea for potions, I guess. Um, I think maybe specific ingredients you could just kind of drop. Maybe like the ingredients. Oh, welcome in, Snyder. How's it going? What do you think, Snyder? I'm trying to figure out mechanics of this game. What do you guys which guys do you think would rather have? You're tired. I think I should do better. I'm trying to I don't maybe raw ingredients. Okay, so I'm thinking about placing items, right? So currently I have this mechanic where this is like the item and you can pick it up, throw it down whenever, and then like you could technically just set it on the counter. But I want it to be like counters have like one slot. So I was considering raw ingredients, i.e., herbs. I think herbs you could kind of just throw out wherever. So like, there's a difference between an raw ingredient and um, finished ones. I think finished ones you have to actually set it on like countertops, or should they all just like if you set it? Maybe you could all just drop them, but like if you do a countertop, they always center it. Otherwise, they kind of just throw them off the countertop. Yeah, I'll have to see. I mean, I think that's would be the easiest way. Like wherever you can just kind of like throw stuff around. Doesn't matter. Like oh, okay, whatever. That's a potion or an herb. We just kind of throw it over there. The one thing with the because PlateUp does it where you have to set everything on a counter, no matter what it is. And the one good thing about that is that it kind of takes um, a little bit more logic about where you place stuff, which can also kind of get annoying, especially in chaotic situations. I don't know. I kind of like being able to throw it down, and if we throw it down, we can actually do interaction with the shadows. You need help with game rings. I don't know what that means. I want you to use a logic. Okay, fair. Well, welcome in, Nikki. How can you learn to come up with original solutions? Original solutions to like game designs? Is that what you're asking about? Um, okay, I'll hear you out. But yeah, so I think throwing the objects on the ground. I like throwing a lot of objects on the ground, and like the cool thing with it could be that shadows, the shadow monsters can actually pick it up and like take it away. Think of a 6-year-old youngling who knows how to can multiply all the very numbers very big, but you tell them find the area of this world. Yeah, I mean, if you're talking about game dev, it takes a lot of mechanics and learning. So I get what you're saying. So you take all these things and kind of put them together. So yeah, I think you're kind of referring to in game dev. It's called tutorial hell, right? So you've learned all these things from tutorials and you haven't really been able to apply it. Is that the idea? What's up, Nikara? I think a lot of people have that issue. Um, that you can't apply them. You can't come up with it on your own. But yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Like you've done all these tutorials, and you can actually implement the stuff that you've taught in a tutorial, but creating your own game is an issue. Is what you're saying. You want to join? Yeah, sure. Feel free to join. Just make sure if you do, throw on push to talk, if you would, please. You can put them in your game because the tutorial teaches you. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like that's tutorial hell. Like you can only do stuff based on tutorials. But so what I would do, right, is this is kind of how I did it initially, is I would take a very basic game, right? Do something like Pac-Man or Galaga or something very, very simple. And then you'd be surprised of what you've retained from all your tutorials. But try to make those very basic games with what you know and try to use as little tutorials as possible. I still use a lot of like don't worry about like not knowing how to code it because I look up stuff all the time. Like that's not an issue. Yeah, try. I still can't make Pong. Um I mean, I would say so how to code it but not what to code. That's the opposite. I know how to code but not what to do. Well, I mean, okay, so if you're gonna do that, then you gotta look at the game and like make a design doc. So one of the things, like for example, when you first start a game, you generally try to make a design doc and try to understand what the game does. So for example, if I look at Pac-Man, right, the basis of Pac-Man is that Pac-Man is constantly moving forward, right? That's the whole thing with Pac-Man. And he keeps moving forward until he hits a wall. So you have an object, you have a wall, he always moves forward, so every tick he'll move forward. And there's only what 4 inputs, which is just arrows. So whenever you can, if you press a down arrow, Pac-Man will turn. So I mean, Pac-Man's really simple, right? So you just have him move forward. If he hits an object, then you press an arrow and you can turn him and he'll go forward that direction. So it's like you just got to look at games and try to break it down as much as possible. Like for example, you could do this even on the most complex level. For example, right, Call of Duty, your famous shooter game. Right, the core concept of Call of Duty is that you use WASD. You have a character, you move around with WASD, and you have a reticle on the front. So when you move around, you move the actual character, and then when you move the mouse around, you move the reticle in the world. With Pong, I don't know how to move the ball and how to make it bounce. It can come up with anything at all. So with Pong, right, I think you might just need to look at more tutorials because it sounds like you understand coding is what you're saying, but you don't know Unity. Um, so with Pong, no. Well, I mean that's what it sounds like to me in general. You don't know Pong in general? Pong is the idea that there's a ball that moves back and forth. So you have an update statement that has a ball moving left and right, and when it hits a paddle, it turns the opposite direction. How does it move back and forth? Because the ball kind of has physics. It's 2D, so you shouldn't have physics, or you should have at least 2D physics. Because in Pong, the ball moves in a straight line until it hits an object. If you chip in, it sounds like you find it difficult to break down a game into parts. That's partly more tutorials and partly experimenting. Yes, no, I agree, Jay. That's exactly what it sounds like. It sounds like you understand how to make the games, but how to actually implement mechanics is your issue. As I said, like if you look up tutorials at that point, I think is your issue. So like for example, for Pong, you could probably look up how does Pong work, and a tutorial will pop up. Like that's the great thing about Unity right now in game dev. Sounds like you try to think of how to make everything at once and how it's all together, but yeah, no, definitely. Yeah, no. So what you do is you break down the game into its very minimal parts, right? So for example, you would have Pong. This is how I'd break it down, right? The first thing I would do, I would create the ball, and I'd have it moving in random directions, right? Well, not random directions. It would go towards right or left first. How do you get it to move? That is the issue. Okay, there are plenty of tutorials on how to get it to move. You do you make a 2D game, and then you can apply velocity. You could do yeah, but if you look up a tutorial, you're not going to improve. So there's a difference between tutorial hell and learning, right? So the idea is that you look up a tutorial. The tutorial will teach it. Once you've learned it, then you actually apply it to your game without trying to reference the tutorial, right? So you've looked at the tutorial, you've watched it, now you've learned from it. Now you go back to your game, try not to reference the tutorial, and try to implement what you just learned. But you're not really learning how to think then. I'm just learning how to Pong works. I mean, you are because you're learning how a game object works. Well, you gotta think of it differently then. If that's what you've been doing and you haven't been improving, and I guarantee you have been improving, you just don't know it. So what? Okay, so when you do a tutorial, right? This is something you have to think about, right? So for example, you've learned Pong. You could take those same concept that you learned from Pong and apply it to a different game. I think that's the key thing to learning the actual material. For example, if I am like, okay, I want to learn how a game object moves on its own, and Pong has a great way of doing it. So for example, I can have okay, I'm gonna have a a bullet hell that has a guy shooting a gun. Take this thing from one game, take another bit from another game, change it a bit, put it all together in a new game. But none of the code is original. You realize that nothing on the internet's original, right? And you realize that anything you've learned for coding doesn't really need to be original. Like all my code I've written, but that's because I've learned how to do it over years and years of learning other code. Yeah, but you want to because so learning isn't about coming up with your own original code. It's completely different because most code isn't original. You understand that, right? No, that's not, okay. I'm really confused. How do you come up with original solutions? Well, yeah, you have to break down the solutions into what you need. As I was saying, like if you're making Pong, right? You look at Pong, it's broken down into like 4 different things. It's pretty simple. There's a ball that moves, so you look up how to make a ball move. And then after that, you start putting the other pieces together, right? The paddles need to move, and when the ball hits the paddle, it needs to. How can you practice something you can't do? Um, yeah, you just gotta keep trying, and if you can't do it, look it up, and hopefully next time. Yeah, I'm having struggles trying to tell you how to learn because I mean, you're taking it to extreme. If you want to fly, jumping off the cliff versus, trying to code is completely different. If you try to code and it fails, you're not dying. In this case, you try to code, it fails, you can still try again. For example, how I've learned all these years is I've made a game. It didn't quite work out as I wanted. I scrapped it. I created a new game. It didn't quite work out how I wanted. I scrapped it. But every single time I do that, I've learned a little bit each time. Like, for example, if I was create Pong, like the first time I would create Pong, I'd spend my entire time learning the movement, but I couldn't quite get it to do physics. So I tried that again. I've learned the movement at this point, right? So then my next time trying the game, I'd focus on moving the paddles. Hopefully I've learned that by this. And so at this point I've learned I mean, it's all building up. There's a lot of stuff you need to learn for game development. It takes a lot. But I mean, the main thing is to think about. You're equating it with feedback. You realize the best way to learn is to learn how to internalize that feedback, to be able to look at a project and understand what's wrong with it. So your feedback should be from internal, unless you have a friend that can help you or something. Again, you should no feedback on how to learn to think. Well, I mean, we're all humans. We should be able to learn to think. Sorry, I'm not really able to help you with your challenges with learning. Yeah, Nate, I'm confused too. As I said, my base advice is to try to implement one small thing, learn it, i.e., focus on movement, figure out how movement works, make an entire project, a very simple project, but understanding how to move a ball across the screen. There are tutorials online. Once you learn that, you can actually start using that over and over again in your projects, and eventually you'll learn it. You know, like for example, the first one I would do a Pong would be just trying to move a ball, have it bounce around the screen. Okay, Nikki. Sorry I couldn't help you, but I wish you luck. Okay, let's get back to this. So Nikara. Oh, hold on, let me put you on the screen. I was busy. Yeah, I know. You're talking about placement. Yeah, hold on. Give me a second. Let me pull up Nikara's reactive quickly. Oh, sorry, they can't hear you. Okay, give me words.
La 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 la.
Okay, they can hear you now. So yeah, I was talking about placement and what we want to do.
Yeah, hold on. Let me mute your stream because I'm hearing you doubles. Okay. So placement of things.
So if you look at my stream, right here, I can stream to you.
Okie doke. Because yeah, I think I'm a
You
couple
have a
steps
slight delay,
behind.
probably. There you go.
Oh boy, game stuff.
And yeah, I would like chat's opinion too. What do you guys think? Okay, so what I was asking, or is right, we have this system where I can pick up the object right now, drop
Okay.
it, pick up, kind of throw it,
Okay.
and so I can drop it on the counter. But my question was, so in overcooked and plate up, hold on.
Right.
In overcooked and plate up, right, when you set down an object, you have to, well, in plate up, you have to set it on a counter or something,
Right.
right? You
Like
can't just
not
throw
on
it.
the floor.
And I'm okay with throwing it. Like in overcooked, you could just throw it on the ground,
Okay.
right? But in overcooked, only specific objects can be set on counters.
Like only specific objects can be set on counters, or only specific objects can be thrown.
Right, so only specific objects can be thrown. You can't just set on counters, right?
Well, I mean, like I know you can like set anything on the counters, but you can't throw, say, like a pan.
We're right, but like in this case, I can technically actually have multiple things on this counter.
Oh,
Be-
like one object per thing.
right, so in overcooked and plate up, it's only one object per thing, and like you can't just kind of throw. I mean, you can throw it, but it'll kind of like lock onto the top part, right?
Correct. Yeah.
You can't just kind of do this. You can't just kind of go over here and set it. If you set it, it would kind of put in the center and kind of take up that place. I would assume we want something similar,
Yeah.
where like if you come over here and like interact, it'll just kind of put in the center, and then you can't interact with that one again. Well, to
So
pick it
yeah,
back up, you can, but
like a system where like you can set objects down on the counter and pick it up and or throw things and put them on the counter.
right. So if something, if an item, you know, I don't know, collides with it like that, right? It would set on, it would go into it, but um, you can't just come over here and set it down again. Like if I had two, hold on, let me put up two objects.
Wait, you really? I thought we could definitely just set things down on the counter. Maybe I'm
Well,
crazy. Hold on.
not like this. Hold on, let me show you what I'm talking about. So
Okay.
in this case, like you could go like this, and then you can go like that. You can't do
Oh
that
yeah.
in. You can't do that in those games.
Right.
Like each one of these things would have like so many slots, like one or two in some cases for plate up because of the freezers.
Oh, so plate up can have like multiple objects on a counter?
Depending on the type of furniture.
Oh, I'm gonna have to look up a video of plate up because I've actually never seen gameplay of it.
So plate up, there's like the basic counters and the basic stuff you can only put one, but there's an upgrade for counters, I think, or freezers. I don't remember, but the freezers like they stay overnight in plate up, and when you get an upgrade, you can put like 4 plates in there.
Oh, okay, I see.
The counter lets you put 4. Oh, so every counter lets you put 4. Oh, right. So that's the ingredient counter, right? The one where it lets you put 4 of the same ingredient on it. No, that's an upgrade. Oh, so normal counters could put 4? Or the thing you're talking about is an upgrade?
I'm pulling some video play up so I can see what you're talking about visually.
Yeah, normal counters hold up 1, and an upgrade lets you put 4 of the same thing. Yeah. So I think I want to set up a system so it's like a furniture inventory.
Like
Freezer's
you can
1, but
place
it's
more
just,
things on it.
isn't there an upgrade for a freezer that allows you to put multiple in there?
So yeah, that's definitely something I gotta know because that'll determine the size of the objects I make.
Yeah, well the point is that furniture has some furniture lets you put 4. I think is the whole point.
Okay.
So I think that would be a good idea eventually for like upgrades to do 4, but like I think I might just do like you can't just set it down.
Like you can't put it on the floor just to have space.
Well, I think you could throw stuff on the floor. I think that's fine, but like you can't throw like finished potions probably on the floor.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense. They're glass. You'd
You
shatter
probably
them.
can't. You probably can't throw the anything that's in the glass bottles on the floor.
Makes sense. I can see. I'm totally down with like throwing ingredients, but not like kind of like Overcooked where you can't just throw like
What's up, Simmel?
pots and pans, or in this case glass bottles.
What's up, Nate? You have a question? What if you throw a splash potion on haste on the floor? That could be actually interesting. Your potions actually do something.
I was thinking like if we really wanted to go down that route, we could have like upgrades,
Yeah, I think the upgrades would be more likely, but
like a boots of swiftness type thing where you can increase them by like a percentage or something.
when it comes to placement, is there room for player error? Example, using a potion that needs an ingredient, but the player uses an incorrect ingredient.
Oh,
Yeah,
we
you
should
can
probably
mess.
make a trash can or something.
You can mess up potions. So the idea is that like you'd have first you have to grow the ingredient, and that's kind of just something you have to keep up. So that's kind of how you get your herbs. And
See,
then,
those are
for
awesome.
example, the basic potions probably won't because they're very simple. Right? So you'd have a thing that you take the herb and you put it in to the distillery, right? So like for example, the first one will be a or the cauldron. What would you say? Cauldron, I think is the
Yeah, the
thing.
cauldron. I haven't made a distillery yet. I got to make concept art for that.
Well, we want a mortar and pestle first, and then
I got both of those
okay.
concepted. I haven't got
I
to the
I
distillery
think
yet.
distillery is gonna be the last one, so don't worry about that.
Gucci.
So the idea is like you plant it in like a planter box, right? You get a health herb. Will you be making physics space? What do you mean? I think this is as much physics as we have, is you could throw this item around. Yeah, no, yeah. I currently have that implemented right now. Like these are the ingredients, and you can pick them up and throw them around. But yeah, so the idea is that you grab it from a planter box, right? You take it over to a mortar and pestle. You have to do some physical work on it. So kind of like how you press interact with in Overcooked or Plate Up. No, Plate Up is just kind of waiting around for the most part. And
Yeah, I think
then
in like Overcooked, you actually have to like continue holding the button for like the couple seconds it takes to get done.
from the mortar pestle you put into a cauldron, which would then you'd wait for that to cook, and then you grab a glass, grab it from the cauldron, serve it up. And I'd say the cauldron has a specific amount of time after it's done before it like goes bad or whatever. Maybe a cauldron. I don't know if a cauldron would just be one potion or maybe a couple potions. I'd have to think about that.
What do you mean, like one potion or a couple? Like you can get a couple from one cauldron?
Right.
That could be a good idea. We can make upgrades for that too, like your basic cauldron only gives you one versus like if you get I don't know, like a golden cauldron, you can have like three.
True.
Because that would also incentivize players to upgrade not just their character, but also the
I'd
items in
say
the kitchen.
I'd say cauldron would be just one, and then we do like a large cauldron, and then we do like a golden cauldron, which would extend the time it takes to like spoil or whatever. So what decides which
Burn.
potions you make? Like a cooking work. Yeah. Yeah. So there would be a counter at the front, and there would be a line of people. So like unlike Plate Up, to where you have to actually go out and serve it,
I was gonna
right?
say, I wanted to ask you about that because I had that in the concept art. Do we want them to like do a speech bubble where they're like, that appears above their head to tell you what they want, or should we put like an order counter in the top screen, like,
I would say, so you have to go order it from them, and then like once you have it ordered, it would appear in the top.
Okay, so like you got to interact with them, so they can have like a speech bubble that's like they haven't ordered yet above their head.
Right. So you have
Okay,
to like take a second to interact, and when they interact, they give you the order.
I think that works.
And then when you're done, there'd be like a mat that you have to place it, and then like they would just grab it. So it's kind of like in Overcooked, where there's kind of like that, you just the the what is it, the order, the
So like the
delivery,
little counter thingy that's up the top that tells you like what order, and then the window, I think.
the window. Yeah, the
The window.
window is what I was talking about. So there'd be like a window, you get but it would be like an order mat on this counter in front. So there'd be like a cash register and then the order mat. And so like cash register, there's a line. You have to make sure you keep up with the people that are coming in line. And then the order mat is obviously where you actually are done with stuff. I was thinking that because like the only active thing you have to do in the process of potion making is the mortar and pestle and then just transfer ingredients. So having that stuff in there is kind of also like I also have to make sure the line's going, and because everything's not going to be kind of like happening. I feel like there will be points where you're kind of just sitting there not doing anything if we didn't have that, you know?
I mean, yeah, or we could make it like Overcooked, where you have to take a couple seconds to like do the thing.
Well, that's what the mortar pestle is.
You're not gonna stir the cauldron.
No, the cauldron you'll just throw it in because like there's gonna be other stuff to do, or maybe we will have it. You have to stir it, and then there'll be an upgrade not to. But
Yeah, that could be a thing. Like you could get like an like for
we'll
an
have
upgrade, you get
to
like an enchanted worker or something that stirs it for you.
we'll have to see about that because I just don't want it to be too overwhelming. I mean, we
But
do
we
want it to
also
be
have to
eventually
think about
overwhelming,
the
but
shadow demons that are going
that's
to be
that's why I'm
doing
saying
shit.
I don't want to have it too overwhelming because we're gonna have the shadow demons messing with you too.
Right.
So you don't want everything to be constantly having to do because then you also have to deal with customers and the shadow demons and then also mortar and pestle the entire process. So it's all about trying to balance all that. But for now, I have the picking up. I actually like this. I think the movement of this is actually really smooth already.
It's looking pretty good. Also, sorry if I take a second to respond. I'm switching between Discord and the art screen. I'm finishing up the textures for the wall.
That's fine. I also did here I'll send you I need to maybe just add you to
Oh,
it. I
oh, you
started
should have
working
me
on the
that too.
game. I started working on the design doc.
Let's go. Did my floor get into your version?
Uh yeah, I moved it, remember?
Oh yeah, right. So you should have moved
So
more.
for you, I made a models folder for you.
Oh hell yeah.
So put it in there. Never put anything in the top level assets.
I totally forgot to make a folder. I just wanted to get it in there for you to test.
Yeah, generally I try to make a folder for everything, and for you it would be models, and then like for your art for the UI, it's either make user interface or put it in the resource images. That part's up to you. So, do you know how resource images works? Or resources work?
Wait, what?
Do you know how resources work in Unity?
What's a resource?
So there's a specific folder in Unity called resources.
Okay.
Right? These are files that are loaded at runtime so that you can reference them and load them. Where most other files aren't loaded, they're encrypted, so you can't actually actively access them. That's how Unity works when you build a game.
So would that be like where my prefab goes?
No. No. Prefabs are referenced by the game. So the game how I access the game, it's like already in the game.
Can you give me an example of like what a resource would be?
So for example, if I needed an image path, right, and I was like, okay, just load the image from images slash profile slash user profile, right,
Okay.
and that would be like, you know, the user's specific profile image that they selected.
Okay.
I would put that in resources because That's where that would be. But if I had a service or a manager that had a list of all the accepted profiles, right? So they're like in-game profiles, right? You have to select one of those.
Okay.
I could have a manager do that and reference them directly, and I wouldn't put them in the resources because they're already referenced in the game.
Oh, okay. I think I get it.
Whereas that, like, you could make like, you could just have keep adding new references to an image, basically load them all up, and then you'd basically start referencing them in the game by their file path versus whatever, and that would be a resource. Does that make sense? I'm trying to explain it.
I'm just
But
trying to think of like something that I would need to put in there. For an example, like would the speech bubbles the characters have go in there? Like,
no. So one of the things that I always use it for is for scriptable objects. It's very limited for. I think the example I gave was like pretty much the only example you might use art for it. Or it's more of like if you don't set it up correctly in the system and want to just basically load it dynamically. So for you, I would put it in like an art folder for most of your stuff.
for like the 2D stuff
For
or
the
the
UI,
3D
yeah,
stuff?
the UI stuff.
Okay, okay.
Your 3D stuff will go in like models.
Okay, so like the little
Prefabs,
board for the orders would go in the resources.
no, I'd probably put that in art.
Brother, what? Okay.
Resources is specifically a runtime loading thing. So it's a specific instance. You probably don't have to worry about that too much. I'm just trying to explain it in general so hopefully you can understand it. I'm making a new folder for you for art, which you'd put all your user interface stuff, your 2D stuff in it.
Okay,
Okay?
because I'm not comprehending resources.
That's fine.
Maybe once I see it in action, like once I see stuff in there, then maybe I'll kind of get it.
Well, I have the splash screen in there, and it probably doesn't need to be in there.
Okay.
It
That
probably
makes
doesn't need to be in there
sense.
because I'm not doing it. I'm not referencing it by file anymore.
Okay.
But again, as I said, like if I was referencing by like okay, load image by assets /something/something/something, right?
Okay.
If you ever do that, you have to do in resources
Okay, I think I get it now.
because you can't when you build the game, you can't access file paths except for if it's in resources.
Oh, okay.
Because resources is the only thing that doesn't remain encrypted. Everything else, when you build the game, Unity encrypts.
Is that why it's so hard for me to find images when I steal game files?
Yes, you have to decrypt Unity game files.
God damn it.
But yeah, everything else is encrypted. That's yeah. Like if you're just looking at our stuff, it doesn't look like it's gonna be encrypted, but everything except for the resource is gonna be encrypted when we build it.
Ah, okay.
So yeah, let's get started on this countertop.
It's my
Okay.
favorite time. Wood texture time. By hand.
Okay, so we need to make a counter Countertop? We need a countertop kind of like this one. I'm gonna make folders, items. And then we're gonna make one for furniture. Nope, furniture. And then we're gonna make the countertop. Is a furniture. Okay, shut up. I know countertops never used. Can you stop yelling at me? Okay, so we are going to add the script to our countertop. We're gonna make a furniture. Make this a prefab. I think I should make this square. I think I want to make countertop square right now.
That's what I was gonna do. Were we not gonna do that?
No, I was trying to figure out because like some of these games like have it so you can put them against walls and then they kind of like put together. You know?
What?
In these games, they generally have them that they're not really square, but they're kind of like when you put them against a wall and put them next to another counter, they kind of make a full counter. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
But I'm gonna make them slightly not like that. Okay, so this is the countertop. I need to basically make a thing above it. Gotta figure out how to like not put other items on here. This is gonna be model, and then this is gonna be contained item. And we're gonna make this 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. Be in the center. Okay, the model is not in the center anymore. Oh, negative
Give me a
0.25.
second. I will be right back.
Okay. Up 0.1. Okay. Contained item is there. We're gonna delete the renderer. Oh my god. Okay, so we have the item on top, counter, and we want to have a list of items called held items. We're gonna have the public item game object held Item. So this is gonna be a basic countertop. It only supports one item. Game object. Held item container. So when you are interacting with an object, let's see, player. If you're interacting with an object, if it's an item, do that. And you go var furniture. Furniture equals interacting object as furniture. If furniture does not equal null, we are going to do a check. We're going to be like furniture that can interact with. And then we're going to pass in bool held item equals null. Does not equal null. And we're going to do furniture. Public virtual can interact with. Bool is holding item. Virtual. We gotta make I want to make interactables virtuals. Okay, so abstract. Override. No, not override. Virtual? Oh, what's the thing? What I do for my other stuff? Give me a second. I always have to reference my other games. I mean, this is what I was saying before, like, nothing's ever original. You always have to look something up. So, like, for example, I'm referencing my other games to remember what I did for that stuff. I mean, it's not all in my mind. Let's see, we're gonna look at Cubic Chronicles characters. What is character? This is an abstract, and it has how do you set stuff that needs to be overridden? I guess you don't. Okay. Virtual Boolean. Abstract. Okay, there we go. That's how you do it. And then this is override. There we go. Okay, so we're just going to return true.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back. If is holding item and held item is null, then we'll return true. Else if not holding an item and held item is not equal null, return true. Else return false. I'm going to assume that's true. Okay. Oh, that's right. I'm having Visual Studio just like refactor some of my code. And like, I'm going to assume whatever you just told me Visual Studio is correct. Just gotta have faith sometimes.
So that's just be how do.
So how's your stuff going?
Give me a second, I can show you. I'll just share the whole screen and move Photoshop over. So last night I got in like a very basic look for the walls here, and we have the guy.
A little dude, yeah.
Move guy so we can see the wall. So this is just the textures I mean are being worked on right now, but this is what I'm intending for the wall to look like.
Okay.
And then let me get the textures. Turn the UVs off so you can see them better. So I've given a little more wiggle waggle to the stone down below. I got to add in the stone texture work, and then I finally just finished hand painting the wood textures for the main blocks on the top, and then if I turn the UV back on this top right cube here, this is that this little beam that's sticking out right here. So I got to texture that next, and I'm using texture paint in Blender to figure out where the tops of these parts are, so I can make sure to line them up.
Fancy.
Yeah, and then if everybody wants to see a little dude.
There's a little dude, bro.
This is the player character.
He's a little chonky, but he's drinking all those potions. Of course, he's gonna be chonky.
Yeah, man, you gotta be hardy to make all those potions and withstand all the, side effects. So yeah, he'll just have a very basic rig. He might have like one or two bones in here for like his torso leaning, one for the head, and then he'll have some like floating bones for the arms and feet.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's me.
Oh my god, it's you.
Let us get back to it. Okay,
I need to
so
get my YouTube videos on.
Jace, can you relax with the half barks? Oh, when's my next? We have about 30 minutes. I'll probably take a quick break in 30 minutes so I can go let Jace out. Probably only once. Okay, so we're trying to figure out, oh, if you can't interact, right, we'll return that. So I think that's the first thing. Is it interactable? Player is interactable. If that, then we do stuff. Then we do... Calm down, Jace. Here, come over from pets. If that's what you want. Is that good? I pet my dog quickly. So how's chat doing? Anyone do anything interesting today? I'm obviously doing this. This is what I'm doing. Making a game. So far, I think it's going pretty smoothly. I think if I could get this furniture interacting, that's like the main thing. So that'd be really cool. Okay, let's see. So if they can't interact with it, then we will interact with it. So we'll do the same thing where we'll be furniture, interact with. Nope. We'll just do interact. And then we'll pass ourselves in. So this current player is interacting. Because we have access to everything here, which is what we should do here technically. And I might do that. So that like the object has all the logic and not the player. The player's just kind of like, am I interacting with it? What do I do with it? So we'll do another one where we do interact. Nope. Interact. Pass in the player. For countertops, override. Return void. We just want it to happen. We don't care whatever returns. Has my music not been going? Damn, that sucks. Here, let me get my music going. There we go. Now you can hear the music. It's like I've had this music on, so it's not just dead silence sometimes. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for the follow. Is it Lath? Welcome to the database. How are you doing? Let's see. So when you interact with a countertop, you want to place the item. So if good, gotta get back to DevWorks here soon. Well, good luck with that. I've obviously been doing dev work. What dev work? Just dev work in general, or game dev work? Work, side project? What are you up to? If player dot dev work for your own game? Oh, nice. What are you working on? Tell me about it. Give me a pitch. Is holding equals player dot held item does not equal null. If you are holding, that means... Yeah, currently I'm working on this for the Pirate Software Jam. So this is a project I started today, and hopefully we'll be done with next week. I got a bigger project I've been working on in general. But I want to do a lot more game devs, so this or game jams. So this is kind of my first one. So if they are holding, then we want to place the object down. Is the idea. So we're gonna go furniture. 3D game RPG with several different worlds and stories. It's a bit complex to fully explain. Fair. I totally get that. It's kind of like my main project is a turn-based strategy grid game. Turn-based grid-based strategy? Grid-based strategy? I don't know. Whatever. In a fantasy world. So it's kind of complex to explain. I totally get that. This one's pretty simple. This game is a potion shop cooking management game. Okay, so we're in furniture. So this is held item. So held item equals player.held item. We're gonna our new item equals instantiate item. Well, I wish you luck. I know I always have fun doing some game dev stuff, so if you have any questions about what I'm working on, feel free to ask. I like to try to answer as best as I can, even though it seems like I can't answer all of them. If you like to see something specific, right now I gotta do calculations for an enemy so it teleports away from the hit location if it takes damage, but make sure it's a valid location. Ooh, that is, yeah. I totally get that. That's what I've been doing for my turn-based strategy game. There's a lot of AI calculations trying to figure out what the best spot for a character to move. I definitely have to try to tackle my AI sooner or later, but I've been doing some similar stuff though with that. New item dot set parent dot transform dot set parent as held item container dot transform. Yeah. New item transform dot position equals held item container dot transform dot position, and then we're gonna destroy player dot held item. Hey, mustache. And then we're gonna go player dot held item equals null. Its temp name is Deepest Dark. Not fully sure if it'll say that way. Yeah, I mean that's what we always call a game code name, right? That's what you always give it initially. Like this game is codename Do Better. Sorry, I was trying to read what I was saying, Snyder. Do Better Rune. Listen, hey Snyder, if you want to make list of commands, I will add them. Okay, I'm open to whatever commands you want. Yeah, just send me what you want me to add and what you want it to say, and I will put it on Nightbot. My others game, my game is called The Cubic Chronicles. It's a cube game, like all the art's cube-like. So that is my code name for that game. This one is Potion Panic. Is this game's code name? Let's see if this works. I don't even know where we are at with this, but so this should be, if I interact, nothing should happen. If I go over here, grab one of, no, oh, hold on. Obtain item. There we go. And then we're gonna override. Yeah, no. Send me a list. I'll gladly take them. Bam. What is happening? What's health potion has an unknown? Missing the script. What? Oh, I moved it. No. Damn it. I moved the script. Do I need the rigid body more? Do I even use it? Let's find. Item, rigid body. If I delete it, we'll throw errors. Never move scripts unless you want to go through all the objects and require. Yeah, I mean, I'm early on, so I wanted to get in the right locations first. So I was willing to do it now. I do need the rigid body. I mean, the rigid body should exist to begin with, I'm pretty sure. Okay, I'm gonna apply all. First, I'm gonna delete that one. Okay, I think we're good. Oh, I need to add that rigid body back. Yeah, as I said, like I was willing to do it right now because we're early enough, and I want to make sure that the file structure is correct. I mean, that's my biggest thing, is I always want to make the file structure correct. Okay, so we should be able to pick this up. Yeah, wrote it down. Now, if we go over to here, oh, it's not showing up as an interactable. I don't think I have a. What would be a collider? Now let's try this. So if we move in front of this, we should see it. Oh, no, it's not being added. Okay. What am I looking for? Stop just clicking. Okay, what am I looking for? I want to look for when the player adds something to a list of interactables. So it'd be this. So we're going to copy this. And we're going to go. Oh, is that where we should do can interact with? Probably. Just do it here. Furniture. Add furniture. Okay, so now if it's furniture, we should just assume we can interact with it because it's in the interactable list. Whoa, calm down. And then get rid of this. And then we will remove it. And me building systems that are actually pretty intuitive and then I don't use them. What am I doing? Interact with health potion, interact with the countertop. Cool. So go over here. Oh, I can't get close. Hold on, excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay. So probably want the collision on this to be a trigger. Is that how that works? Let's find out. Triggered it twice. That's not what I want. What up, Telv? Welcome in. Okay, so we want the countertop to ignore health potion for a collider. So we're going to label these with a tag. Add tag. We're going to add 2 tags. We're going to add item. And we're going to add furniture. We're going to add item tag to this. Save. Yeah, the game jam is starting now. Well, it started last Wednesday, and it goes till 2 Wednesdays. So this weekend and next weekend, we'll be working on the game. So we're currently working on creating a potion shop, like cooking game, kind of like Plate Up or Overcooked. So we're getting some base system going right now. Nikara is working on some art and some models for us. So right now, as you see, we can we have movement. We can pick up items. We can drop items. So now we're trying to figure out how to put items on counters. There's been a lot of potion games recently. That's fair. I mean, the theme for the game jam is alchemy and shadows, so it's all squares in. It won't be all squares, okay? Nikara's working on the actual art, so we'll actually have some non-square stuff. Square's just good for prototype. Because it's the fastest way. I don't care about how it looks right now. But for this countertop collider, we want to ignore... Oh, it's layers. Okay, let's add a new layer. Items. Furniture. Map. Or... Should blaster weapons just go into magic typing for weapons? Well, what's your other weapons? And it's a fantasy game, right? Is that what you said? Magic bow and melee. In that case, I would probably do magic. But it depends on how many blaster weapons you have, because you might add a new one for blaster weapons or blasters. Or I guess how are you considering blasters? You know, are blasters just powered by magic? If they are, then I'll just go magic. If they're supposed to be like technology, then I would probably maybe put a new type. I guess that's that. At least that's how I would think of it. Okay. Oh yeah, I need to exclude items. Oh wait, I didn't give the items. Let's see. Player items. Yes, change children. And then furniture, we're gonna make this furniture. Furniture. Yes, change children. Click play. Magic is spells, yes. Blasters are gun-like weapons, but consume the same source as magic to shoot their specific projectile. Do my only question in my mind is, would that do the same damage in your mind, or would you make a new category? I'm kind of leaning, based on what I understand, to make its own categories because it seems like you're trying to make a new type of weapon that probably does something specific. And magic is pretty general. I mean, because it seems like the bow one's kind of weird too. That's kind of what's making me think that you probably want a new weapon. Because it's like melee magic bow. Right. Okay, what is this interaction? Is held. What is furniture? Oh, does countertop still have? No, it doesn't have an item. What? Okay, hold on. There's some weird interaction there. Yeah, and magic is mostly gonna either buff you or debuff target. So main damage. Well, such as bonus to casting. Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards making your own or your new category then. Okay, so why is this not allowing me to interact? Let me go look at the is interacting logic. Bows are like traditional bows as well as crossbows. Yeah, I mean, I might break it out as melee physical ranged and magic ranged. That's kind of how I would think of it, but or if I think of damage types, it would be magic, piercing, slashing. Where piercing would be like bows and stuff. Slashing would probably be melee. No clue how complicated splitting the range weapons up to use different ammunitions also the mana would be. I can't imagine it's too difficult. I know using mana is not difficult because that's how I have my game set up. The ammunition shouldn't be too difficult based on how you have your system set up, but that's also based on how your system's set up. But if you wanted, I would go melee, bow, blasting. Right? That's what you're saying? Or is it more melee, bow, blaster, magic? Well, I don't know what this classification really is. What you're trying to determine. I assume you're trying to do it for buffs and stats. Or just like this character can only use this weapon, sort of thing. I don't know. Well, I'm assuming you have it where like range will just use range. It just determines the damage. So I don't think any of that's really an issue. Okay, so there's something weird going on. So if is holding is true, I think I should do contained item. Item container. So if contained item is null, holding is true. So your character's holding an item. Contained item is null, so that the furniture has. So that should be a yes. If you're not holding an item and there is an item in the contained item, then you return true. Yes. Okay, that's right. If player's holding, so held item is not null, that is holding, then contained item equals that. Okay, maybe this is the issue. Okay, so he is holding. He has a held item. Countertop does not have an item. Goes over here. Click. Should do something. The question is why is player not getting interactable? I gotta turn off that mesh collider. Oh my god. Hey guys, I'm gonna go take a quick break. I'm gonna go grab some food and let my dog out. So give me like 10 minutes. I will do that while these ads are running. All right, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Okay, so why is this not interacting? That's what we're looking at, right? Okay, let's try this. I want to see why this is not interacting. Okay, so we go up and triggered it. It's holding false. Correct. So it's false. Contain name is null. Can't interact with it. Perfect. That's what I expect. It's not added. But we have this. Oh wait, I just realized. Doesn't that add it? Yeah, it should add. It's adding it, but it shouldn't. It's holding false. Contain item was null. Turn false. Why is that adding it? It shouldn't add it. That's calling it from here. No, from here. Oh, it should be the other way. There's our issue. It was saying if you can't interact with it, then add it. Which doesn't make any sense. Now let's try it. Okay, so I click, I should do interact, right? So when I click, the get closest interactable. Oh, this will actually cause an issue too. Oh, okay. I think I should redo this so that it checks if object is actually interactable. But I think it should get here. Okay, I don't want to do that. Walk up, click. Okay, so it's not doing it. What? If I walk up and click, why is health potion is closest? Okay, so if held item is null else. Oh, okay. held item is null. Else you drop it. So that's only if it's an item. So var interacting item equals interacting object as item. If does not equal null.
Just finish the guy.
A. And then we go var interacting furniture. If then we do else. Throw that in there. I'm doing return there so that we don't have to do nested statements. So hopefully this will work. Click. Oh, it broke. But it did do something. Unassigned. Okay, that makes sense. Countertop. Item containers unassigned. We're gonna rename this item container. Hey, there we go. I kind of broke a lot of stuff, but equals new item. What does player do? So it deletes it from destroy item. Game object. Okay, let's try that. So hopefully it'll destroy it. Player's not holding anymore. Okay, so let's see if our state of everything is good. So player held item game. There's no holding items. If we move. Cool. And countertop has a held item. And what about the potion? It's not picked up, so we gotta put picked up false on that. And that's fine, the rigid body doesn't exist. And we want to rename it. So we're gonna go bam, new item dot is held. Was it held? Picked up equals false. This is gonna be there we go. else, we want to take it from the item and give it to the player. So the exact opposite of what we just did. So we're going to do var. We're going to basically do the same thing. So we're going to do instantiate, and this is going to be contained item equals, should be player dot held item game objects. And then we're going to do player held item equals new item. And then it's going to be contained item equals null. And then we're going to destroy the contained item. So we should be able to pick it up, put it down on the counter, and drop it. So we have it picked up. Okay, we can't drop it. Okay, we can drop it on there. Oh my god! Holy! Whoa! Yo, Nikara.
Yeah,
Yo, check this out.
I'm looking.
So we have the item, right? We get it
Right.
down. We set it down.
Okay.
And then we go and pick it up.
Oh god, what did you do?
I don't know. I am working on a game jam game. So this is going to be like a cooking
Starting the cauldron.
management game, sort of like Overcooked or Plate Up. But it's going to be themed around potions and shadows. It's a jumbo potion. Yeah, it really upped its size for some reason. Potionomics? Yeah, I love Potionomics, but yeah, Potionomics is more of a management game where you it's less move around, right? It's more a screen interacting thing. But yeah, I mean, somewhat like Potionomics, yeah. Keep it, you need to. I feel like that could be like a modifier. But definitely not this one. You loved Yuriing the girls, but time and resource management bits broke my brain. Fair. Okay, so one thing that seemed to be broken was that I can't pick up and drop this item anymore. Obviously, that one thing is broken. But if I click again, it's not dropping it. So... Ah, okay, this is why. So, if interacting item is that, let me do that. If interacting item is that, if interacting item, I feel like this code is not going to work completely. If interacting item is null, or interacting object. Yeah, I really liked Potionomics. It's a good game. Yeah, so the theme of the game jam is alchemy and shadows. So we're planning on doing alchemy is the core thing, right? You're making potions to sell to customers that can come around and mess with you. So you gotta have to deal with them while you're doing potions. Interacting object equals null and... my stream just... Am I back? What was that? Interact item just is null, and held item is not null. Then we do the second part. Hopefully this works. I have a feeling it might not. Okay, well that dropped that. So if I go over here, okay. And then it does this thing. Now what's up with this potion? Potion size is scaled incorrectly. No, potion's not scaled incorrectly. The cube is scaled incorrectly somehow. And then something happens when we click. Should return null. What's the closest? Closest is probably was itself because it's so large. Okay, why is that happening? Okay, so if you pick it back up from this. What did I do? I'm not updating the shape. Contain item is just an item. Okay, let's try to do this slowly to see what's happening here. Okay, so we have this, right? Health potion is 0.2.2. Right, 0.2.2. That's what we expected to stay. We put it down. Health potion's still 0.2. No, it's 1.1. Oh. Oh, that's the issue. Item container is 1.1. So we want to make sure the scale's the same. It's even issue. New item dot scale. Transform dot scale equals transform dot local scale. It didn't update the scale. Dot set. I don't know why it's changing its position. Hold on, it's 1.1. Maybe I should leave the object 1.1 and just change the model. I don't like that though, because it gives the potions larger AoEs. I want the potions to be smaller, or the items to be smaller. Now, why'd that still work? Right, so if I go here, drop this, this still is good. But what happens when I pick it up? Maybe I just need to remove that, and I'll just actually do it. I'll have faith. I'll have faith. Pick up. Drop. Pick up. Okay, there we go. And then when we drop it again, it throws an error. What's happening there? Do better. I'm trying. I'm trying to do better. Distance. Closest interactable. I mean, interactables. Hold on, let's check this. So interactable should be. I'm probably not removing interactable. Missing interactable. Okay, health potion is interactable there. That's the issue. Health potion shouldn't be interactable while it's on there. So can I turn off the collider? Let's see, item. Public collider. Collider. Let's see if we could turn off a collider when it goes onto the object or not. Okay, we set it down. We want to turn off the collider, so we go new item dot collider dot this dot set equals false. Then when we pick it up, we set it back to true. And then if we look at our player, there we go. Do you know of any way for me to yoink any key the player presses? Not off the top of my head. I know there's some pretty cool plugins for key bindings. Well, let me see if I can quickly do a check for you. I mean, you can do a whole system for it. What up, Night Hunter? Welcome in. I know system has one natively, but it's a mix of what the yeah, that's fair. How's game deving going? It's going great. We are making decent progress so far. We're currently making a game, almost like a cookie management game, sort of like Overcooked or Played Up. So we have our character moving, we could pick up items, and then we could place them down on objects. Throw them down. So that's how far we have so far. So we are making progress. Yeah, I know. I was really impressed with my movement too. I'm really happy with how the movement turned out. It's not like, even like going back and forth, it's not like crazy sharp. I do enjoy the movement. Thank you for the follow, Night Hunter. Welcome to the database. Would you rather have Night Hunter or just Teresa? So yeah, we were working on this interaction. Looks pretty good. Here, let me see if I can find the input. People call you both? Okay. Um, 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 Sorry, I'm using a different screen right now. That's not me. Let's see, Unity, how to capture the button when any button is pressed. I know Unity has a if any button is pressed, but I don't think it captures the actual button. I mean, the only thing I can think of is actually making a whole thing for it. Like, oh yeah, check if W is pressed. If any button is pressed, then... Well, that doesn't seem to be the most effective, I don't think.
You want to see the cauldron?
Sure. Sorry, I can't help you right now. Lathe. Hold on, let me pull it up. Cauldron. Nice.
Hell yeah. I just got the UVs done. Now I just gotta texture it. I'll probably throw like... Do you want me to throw like something in there for like the liquid to be on? Or do you just want me to leave it empty and then we can add something later? Because I don't know how you want to do the liquid in it.
I think... Can you make it two objects? Like a cauldron and then like the insides of the cauldron, so I could kind of like, you know, disable it, enable it, whenever.
Yeah, I can just do like a plain, like, hold on. I have to add some more stuff, but like I can make a plane in here so it looks like there's liquid that you can just turn on and off.
Yeah, and then we can color it based on whatever potion, but if you could get like some basic textures on it, maybe looking at somewhat like a liquid. I wonder how hard would it be? Well, no, let's not worry about that right now.
How hard would it be to what?
I was thinking about like adding bubbles.
Not hard at all. I can animate stuff.
Can you animate some bubbles that we can and make it a generic thing?
Yeah, we'll have to do that with like Flipbook and Unity, but I can do that.
Okay, cool.
Or at least I don't know. I'll have to see the shader because I'm used to Poyomi, which has flipbooks for me to animate. But if not, I'll figure something out in Blender.
Because I assume if you make like a white liquid that has bubbles, I can just add a color to it, depending on the potion. Right?
Yeah, should be able to.
I think.
I haven't messed with shaders too much in Unity, so I'm not 100% sure.
I got counters working. Hey, Isabel. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the database. Okay. I am done just running around picking up items. I want to go rush on to the next thing. Ooh. Sorry, Isabel. That is going to buy yourself a ban. Nice. Congrats, Isabel. You get right into my ban list. Best part of your job. Fair. Okay. Let's see. Let me look at the board. I don't think I have anything past this for board, so we got to think of tasks. So... So let me move this to testing. We got to add some tasks here for me. And let's get this checked in. Okay, so we're going to do add ability for player to put items on counter top. Check that in. Okay, so let us create some tasks for us. So, what task we want next? Let's create some more objects. So we need a seed. Create seed object. Let's see. Let's do a whole plant seed object.
Worst case
And
scenario,
let
too,
it
if I can't add
grow.
like bubbles, we could probably do like a particle effect in Unity.
Fair.
Because I have the liquid in there now, so there's just gonna be a plane for you to color. I'll just leave it generic white.
So the whole point of this is that we grab a seed. Event key.current code. Oh, okay, cool. Well, thank you for coming back with the answer. I appreciate it. That is good to know for the future. So we plant a seed into a planter box. It'll grow. Yo, why do you have so many tasks in progress? What is this?
What do you mean?
You have like 5 tasks in progress.
Because I work on multiple things at different intervals.
Are they not done?
I mean, I gotta send them to you to test.
Well, that's why you move it from in progress to testing. Yeah.
I just got on! Leave me alone!
Oh my god.
I don't touch these things!
What about this modular floor?
Hang on, I broke the thing again. Every time I try to push to talk to you, it breaks my thing.
What button are you using?
My thumb mouse button.
And that's breaking your system?
No, it closes my window if I do it on browser.
What?
Yeah, it closed the window out on me.
Okay, so we're gonna take an item. We're gonna plant
Generally, I
it.
always forget to touch my stories, so don't be surprised if my stories never move, or if I move them all at once.
Don't worry, I will yell at you.
Why are you so mean to me?
It's my job as a game designer. Because it's
Chat,
also
tell
the
him how mean he is
browser
to me.
back button. Yeah, but I so for mine I use the thumb button. Mine doesn't go back. I'm just confused why.
Yeah, I can show you. Oh, weird. I don't know. Maybe I'm pressing 2 buttons at once. Oh, no, there it goes. It closed my window. Oh,
I
it
mean,
like takes me back.
You've got to be able to disable that.
I would have absolutely no idea how.
It's probably in the settings somewhere. Okay, tasks. You have a seed. You put it into a planter. It creates an herb. That's what this is. So we got to create seed item.
I should have sent
Create
all these things over
planter
to you.
furniture. Create herb item. Oh, you got the Ring of Mercy? Nice. It is so nice having that for Pal World. The Ring of Mercy does so much nice things. You can just shoot pals like instantly. Looks like voice change binding. Well, input any key down. Okay, so you're checking if anything's down. Input designated key. Okay. If input key down escape, so that cancels it. Else keys, so you add it to your list of codes. Interesting. Okay, cool. Gotta love code. You got a Dazi? The Dazi's layout 1 I was talking about, right? Is that what I was talking about? That's the like electric one. That's similar to Daydream. Yeah, that's the one I was talking about. No one has Poison Rain. Okay, so create seed, create plant, create herb, add seed to planter, wait X amount of time, add bar to show
I am
progress.
sending you the wall.
Receive herb when done. You don't want to do effects. Lathe is legitimately talking to code. Yes, they were. No, it's pretty nice. That's like key binding code. So like, if you change a key, you can change the key binds. I haven't really messed with effects, and I'm also scared to mess with them on my game. But I definitely want to. 1 or 001011. You know, I'm gonna get. I have a tattoo I want to get on my bicep. That's gonna be in binary. It's gonna be binary for the school I graduated from. For computer science. I think it's pretty neat. Scare her. Okay, so we plant seed. So then we're gonna take the herb and we're gonna put it into a cauldron, wait X time, and then it's gonna pop out a potion. No, we want to take the herb, go to a mortar and pestle, and then your character has to physically do something, and then you receive the item. So we're gonna add one. We're gonna do setup planter. No, it just pissed my brain off to make me want to learn code because I want to understand what you're saying. Set up mortar and pestle. That's how you spell pestle, right? Mortar and pestle. Mortar and pestle. Yes, I am correct. So this is going to be for 3. Me. It's going to be controls, systems, and UI. 3. Me. Controls, systems, UI. Not model. If hate life equals false, then love life equals true. True. That is code to live by. Add mortar and pestle furniture. Oh, this is not where I want it. Finish. Going down here. Add mortar and pestle furniture. When holding an herb, interact to place. Hold interaction to progress. Pick up. What would we call this? Pick up. What do you get from a mortar and pestle? Like paste? Like ground up something?
Depends what you're grinding up. You can get paste or you can get powder. Depends if it's moist or not.
Ooh, I like the powder. I was just trying to think of what to call it. For some reason, I don't like calling it paste, you know?
What's wrong with paste?
I don't know. It's kind of like moist, you know?
Well, you could call it ointment. You want to make ointment?
Oh, God, no. I like powder. I like powder.
I guess technically you could also call it a salve. How do you say salve? Salve? I say salve.
Salve.
Salve. I've heard people say
Salve?
it's salve, and I've heard people say it's salve. So I don't know which
Salve?
is which.
Rune, stop texting your Discord while streaming. Oh, I'm going to continue doing it. I'm a pro streamer. I can do both. What, do I have Discord on none? Yes, I have 4 monitors, okay? It's my whole setup.
You know what else you could call it? You could also just call it like a blend. If you wanted to, instead of a paste, you could call it a blend.
Maybe we call it powder, and then powders will be turned into blends. Because blends, I feel like blends are more like a mixture of different ones, right?
That would make sense. I mean, yeah, for the most part, well, I don't know. You'd probably get like more like a paste from grinding flower petals. Listen, I haven't used a mortar and pestle in a hot minute.
Should I call it ingredient?
Probably, yeah.
I'll just call it ingredient.
Sounds like the best generic term.
Yeah, I have 4 monitors, right? I'm a software developer, so this is what I do. So I have my main monitor, which has what you're seeing. That's what you're seeing. And then to my left is my OBS. Above that is my browser, so that's where I do general just searches. And then on my right is my Discord. I've been having this system forever, so it's not like it's new or... It's been slowly been building up for like 10, 15 years to this stage. Okay, so you pick up the ingredient once you're done, and then once you're done with the ingredient, you put it in... Which one's my gaming screen? You're seeing the gaming screen. The main screen. Set up cauldron. Cauldron? Cauldron. Does cauldron have an O at the end?
Yes.
Oh yeah, I can see. You spelled it there.
You wanna see the cauldron? I put the texture on
it. Sure. What if it's an idle game? Then it goes on my top monitor. Is Discord on a vertical? Yes.
Come look at your cauldron.
It is on a vertical. My hold on, let me pull up Nikara stuff. My left monitor is either for OBS or for Netflix. Looking good.
It's got a liquid.
Nice.
Oh my god.
It's a rave liquid.
It's rainbow liquid.
Looking good.
Then yeah, I don't know how you want to do it. I know there's a thing in Unity to change texture color, but I don't know what it is.
Yes, I'm gonna do it. So just leave that color white. Is this so that it's like split? So like
Yep. I'll
I
make it
can
all like one collection, but split objects. So the cauldron is one thing, the
so
liquid is another.
I can like isolate the liquid itself.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Looking good then. Yeah, so my Discord's on a vertical monitor. I have my main monitor, which is C. Generally, I use that for coding or whatever I'm actively focused on. Mainly a game is generally what it is. If I do an idle game, it isn't on this monitor. I generally put it on my top monitor, so this one up here. Which I generally just have empty for the most part, except for if I do an idle game or I have a stream up that I just want to not really pay attention to, but that's generally where I have ones that I lurk in. So I'll put my lurking streams up there. You use a diagonal screen for your Discord? That's impressive. And then this one over here, this monitor is where I have Discord, or I have OBS right now, is this one. And generally I have like a video that I'm actively watching. So like while I'm playing games, I'll have like on a YouTube or Netflix or some other streaming service. And then this one on the right is a vertical monitor that's always just has Discord open. What's my favorite idle game? I like, what is it, Melvor? I think Melvor is probably my favorite one that I still kind of play that every once in a while. And how does this diagonal work? Did you just turn it 45 degrees? Do computers even handle that? Can you be like, hey, computer, this is a 45-degree monitor? It's just like, oh, okay, yeah, cool. Okay, so we're going to insert, add ingredients to cauldron. Interact to progress. Add receive potion from cauldron when holding a glass, a bottle. Add timer till potion spoils. I don't actually have another monitor. Had to leave it during the move. Only have a shitty laptop to work on. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that is harsh. I got a full PC that I've been working on for slowly building up for like 10 plus years. Yeah, I can work on a solo monitor, but like if I can have at least 2 monitors, I definitely prefer that. I don't need all my 4. 2 is definitely plenty for me. Like at work, I have 2. Used to just game on a laptop. Obviously, getting a PC with 2 monitors was the best decision ever. It's fantastic. Like it's hard, honestly hard to beat. It's hard to beat 2 monitors. I mean, 3, 4 monitors is definitely a luxury, but I can definitely probably function the same with just 2 monitors. I don't need the other 2. They're not required. Definitely just a luxury. UI, controls, systems. Okay, we are going to do setup planter. So, this is a counter. I should probably color it slightly different. So let's do a countertop. But countertop should be like brown, I guess. Was that brown? A little orange. There we go. Counter. Countertop. This is a health potion, but like, I'm gonna get rid of it. For buffs, debuffs, I really only need to give it a name, description, and duration timer. Depending on what you want to do. I actually just set up a buff debuff system in my strategy game. And if you're just wanting to do like all buffs do the same thing, then yeah, that's all you need. You need some way to identify the buff, some way to describe the buff, and then obviously how long the buff is going to stay on them.
Rune, I did it. I learned how to fix my normals.
Hey, nice.
Because I learned that my Cauldron's normals were all fucked.
My system actually takes into account who applied the buff. Because when I calculate damage, if someone has a bonus to dealing certain elements, it'll actually take that into effect. For example, if you build someone that's like a fire damage person and they deal a burn status effect, it'll actually do more. But for basic system, yeah, you just need to know what the buff does. You need to know how long it lasts.
Push my updates or anything.
Of course. Let's go judge her where she put them. Let's see.
Don't judge me. I did it right this time.
Yeah, I'm not insane to give extra X for the buffs. Listen, I have a complex system. It's not insane. Cauldron and liquid. Nice. What are you taking a look at now?
What am I doing with that?
Yeah, what's on the docket now?
I'm deciding if I want to do counter or the planter first, which would be better.
Well, I have the counter done. I'm currently working on the planter. So, up to you.
As in, like, the code for the things are done?
The code for the counter is done.
Wait, put my art in. I want to see.
But what?
I want to see the art in the game. Let's see, where'd it go?
Should just be this, right?
Yeah, it should be that prefab.
What up, Matt? Welcome in. 0, 0. Oh my god.
Oh my god, you've made your game so small.
Oh my god, it's huge. This is 1 by 1.
I don't get that unit in Blender.
Oh my god, it's so big.
Blender doesn't give me specific units.
0.1, 0.1, 0.1. Yeah, 0.1's about right.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably scale it down then, if that's the case.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I honestly have no idea how to scale it down with exports.
I can scale it down to my thing.
There you go. You have the thing. I also didn't make a material for the liquid because I didn't know how you wanted to do that. So it's just it has no material right now. It should just be white.
New game concept, your tiny ants try to pull the ingredients in the cauldron.
Ant alchemist.
Here, let me move this so you can see it.
Yeah, show the chat my hard work. Aw, yeah.
Oh my god, we actually have stuff that's not cubes.
I mean, if you could put my art in there, that would be... I'm not still cubes, technically.
But I haven't done cauldron yet.
Well, you didn't tell me that.
But yeah, I'm working on. This is the counter. The counter actually works. So if you want to do a counter, if you want to do like a potion or like an herb or something, that'll also be good.
That's a good idea. Yeah. When it comes
Or
to the counter, do you want me to make it the same size as the floor?
no, I was doing slightly smaller. Like
Okay.
point. I think what is this? Let me check what this is.
So wait, remind me. The counters are not connecting together.
No, we're just kind of doing it. So these are 0.7. I mean, you could do probably 0.8. Yeah, I mean, if we wanted to do connecting together, we can, but that's going to require a lot more complexity, and I just don't want to try to do that right now. If that makes sense.
What?
Hmm?
I mean, they don't necessarily need to connect together. They could just take up the whole same size as the floor, like an Overcooked.
That's fine. That's fine. You can do the entire size. That works too. Just if you have any lip, it can't really. I mean, there's got to be a front if you do a lip. So.
Well, I mean, if
the
it
only
has
thing.
lip, if it goes like if it has some lip, it'll be about the same size as the entire floor. Like the top of it will be.
Well, like if you have lip, then you have like. It'd be a gap on the sides, right?
I mean, yeah, there'll be like a slight gap. I'm not expecting them to like connect together because they don't do that in Overcooked.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, whatever. I'd be down for whatever. Okay, so.
Like if you look at my screen here.
Yeah, whatever works. I'm fine with whatever.
Great.
What's up? What's up, Snyder? But yeah, welcome in, Matt. Sorry you got stuck in ads as soon as you got in. Yeah, so game is going well so far. Prime, we get a recording of Hunty's Prime sub. He has a lot of them. We should do like random, pick random versions of it. Or just have Hunty make a new one. So yeah, we're making a like a overcooked, played up style game. So you could place it on the counter. This is an item. Currently, it's just a potion. And then eventually we'll be able to interact with stuff. I gotta make the cauldron slightly bigger. I feel like the cauldron's smaller. But we'll deal with that when we actually implement it. 0.2, 0.2, 0.2, 0.2. 0.15, 0.15, 0.15. Yeah, 0.15 seems good. That's about the size of a... We started our design document. I haven't finished it yet. So we have the concepts and the basics. So I'll finish it like tomorrow probably, or this week probably. But we have it going. What? No, you can't mark me down for that. Listen, we have the basic concepts going, and I just want to get into the game. This means you need to make a grid system? Yeah, I was thinking about that. I do need to make a grid system for placing objects. Put them on your list. But I like my game so far. I'm actually really happy with this movement. I actually got it really smooth pretty quickly. What's my mod doing? My mod's... Is this a revolution? Is that what's happening right now? But yeah, so far I'm happy with the interaction. It's pretty smooth so far. Overthrow the AI master. Ugh. Okay, so we're gonna make a new object, a new furniture. So I'm gonna get rid of this cauldron right now. Hey, thank you, Matt. Welcome to the database. I'm gonna make a new furniture. It's gonna be called planter. Let us add a model to it and a container. Container? No, we don't want a container. Hey, when you make the planter, also make sure to add like stages of growth for a plant for the heart plant, if that makes sense.
Do you want me to add like different images, or do you want me to animate it?
You could just. I was just thinking adding like a couple stages, but you can animate it if you want to.
Chat says animated.
Okay. Yeah, chat is saying animated.
If need be, at least I can just like, for the time being, I'll get you like a completed plant, so that way you have something to pop in when the timer goes off.
I would say currently give me 2 things and then work on animating it afterwards. Okay, so the 2 things we need is like what it looks like on first stage, right? So you just plant the seeds. And then I need what it looks like when it's done.
Okay.
And we can work with that, and then you can work on animating it. How is your game hitting the shadows part of the theme? So our main game, right, is going to be a potion shop where you're trying to make potions. The shadows come in play when you have the obstacle of the game, the thing that's causing you issues, right? You basically have 2 things. You have your customers, which can get impatient, so however long you take. But then we're going to have shadow monsters that are going to come in and kind of move objects around, turn off the lights, mess with your customers, and you have to actively keep them away with a broom. So that's where my shadow part's coming in. The cauldron should have bubbling in it too. That we already discussed that. We are gonna add bubbling to it. So we are planning on adding all that stuff. But we gotta get our MVP first, and then we can start making it look nice for animations at least. Because I mean, we only have next weekend pretty much. What happens if you hit a customer with the broom? That is a good question. How long have I been using Unity for? I've been using Unity for 5 years, I guess. Yeah, 5 years about. I've been programming since I was 13. I've been programming for over half my life, but I've been using Unity for 5 years. I'm doing about game dev for about 5 years. So that's my experience. I have a degree in computer science, a bachelor's degree in computer science, and I have a master's in game design. So that's my education. You're basically the same? Nice. Okay, so we're making a planter. Let me get back on focus. Planter. Yeah, I haven't really thought about what happens when we slap someone with a broom. And so we're currently making an MVP, so some of this stuff isn't going to be taken into account. But if we do continue with this game, which is a possibility, we'll have to think about that stuff. Currently, this is for a game jam, so we have, next weekend pretty much to finish up what we can. Your self-taught in code stated with modding Terraria when you were 16, got into uni about 4 or 5 years ago. Hey, nice. I feel like modding's one of the best or most common ways people get into coding. Modding a game. And then obviously from that, that's probably the most common way for people to get into game development. You're looking forward to play? Thank you. I'm excited for it too. I think it's actually turning out pretty well. It's going to be nice and simple, nothing too crazy. Hopefully we'll make decent progress, but whatever we have so far, I actually like. Can I just copy this? I can. And then we're going to make Planter, I don't know, green right now, just for the sake of it. Planter. Uh, 0.25. Right now you got 0 movement or models in your game. You're just doing code. I like to do a mixture of both because I think my philosophy on this is that you stay more motivated in a game if you actually see something happening. So I tend to not like to only do code. I'd like to see it actually affect the game because it gives you a little bit of that, you know, shot of dopamine when you see like, oh, I can click buttons. You're gonna stop lurking just to say you agree. Perfect. Well, welcome in, Gron. I personally just don't like doing only code. I like seeing that that actual immediate feedback. Kind of keeps you on a project longer, I think. Right now, I've done nothing to affect the game, and it's all parents and script right now. Yeah, I just be careful with that. I mean, if you can do that, then go for it. But just don't you know, if you start feeling down about the game or like unmotivated, try to actually do something that is like directly affecting the game, and so you can see progress. Like I always break my tasks into like little small sections, being like, as you can see, like my thing's like, oh yeah, I added movement and character, so now I can actually see a movement character going around, right? And I was like, oh yeah, let's add item interaction, so we added item interaction, and then it was let's add interacting with countertops, so that's in the game now. If you want to, let me pull up my other game. I can show you guys quickly. This is the one I've been working on a little bit longer. It has way more complex systems in it than this. I'm just going to show you this guy's the game before I jump back to the game jam. Because I'd rather continue game jam right now. But I don't know. Some of the stuff I did in this game is pretty cool. I just gotta wait for it to load. I don't think I would have gotten anywhere near the state I am in this game if I didn't break it up. Hey Ashton, what's up? How's the game going? It's going great. Yeah, we have some basic movement, item interaction. It's making pretty decent progress. Okay, so this is my other game I've been working on. So this is the one I'm normally working on. So this is like an overworld, and you can update all your equipment, your abilities, and whatnot. And then the actual gameplay is you can select your party here. And then, so there's enemies, this is your turns. So there's a lot of systems going in place because everything is kind of firing at once. And you can move. You can dash. You can do abilities. But yeah, like each of these things has its own system. I'm not telling you what you're doing is wrong. I'm just saying just be careful with it. Because for some people it works, but I know for me it doesn't. Like if I'm just working on backend systems, I get demotivated pretty quickly. And I'm just saying that because this game has a lot of backend systems. Like this has like 300 files of code pretty much behind it. It's pretty beefy game. I mean, not large, but like there's a lot going behind it. But yeah, back to the game jam. Yeah, so we are currently working on adding a planter. So we want to be able to, when we're next to a planter, we want to click. Apparently, it's just dropping it. We want to click. This item is going to disappear, and something's going to show up here. And it's only going to show up, but it's not going to be something you can interact with. Because once you plant, you just have to wait. Oh, we could also do a watering mechanic, and we'll have to see about that. Because you plant, water it, and then it'll grow. Okay, we'll just have it grow right now. We won't worry about watering. That might be a feature thing we add. So, we need to create a new planter code. It's going to be type furniture. What? What are you doing? What are you doing? Why is that not? Am I not doing this the same way? What am I missing? Public class planter furniture. Oh, it's not implementing everything. Right. We gotta implement two things. Override. Okay, we're gonna do public bool. Nope. Public item. Is this where we pull in our first? Now that we're actually making items, this is where we bring in scriptable objects? I think so. And why is it health potion? What does it matter if it's a health potion? I don't think we care. It's a health potion. I'm gonna delete health potion. I'm just gonna go for it. Because I think just items in general should be fine. Return true. I broke a lot. I broke a lot. Don't look at me. you think 26 slots are decent amount for like equipped stuff? Or like inventory? Inventory. Are you specifying? Is there a reason why you're specifying between the type of slots? Or is it like the 4 armor is what they have equipped, and then 20 is the misc stuff? Like that's just what their inventory is. 20 is the actual inventory. The other 6 are equipped. That seems pretty good then. I'm assuming. I don't know how much. It really depends on how much items you give your players. Like, if it's not that regular, then 20 seems fine. But if they're getting it constantly, then... Like, for example, if Baldur's Gate only had 20 slots, that would be terrible. For example. Right? If Skyrim only had 20 slots, that would also be terrible. But, you know, it's also not terrible for other games. It just depends on how much items you're giving your player. Like, those 2 games, you're giving your players items all the time. If Noita had 20 slots, that would be too much. Exactly, right. There's definitely a range depending on how many items you give your players, or how... I don't know, it's something you have to kind of mess with when you actually get into gameplay. Like, it's kind of a balanced thing. Like, for, what was it? If, like, Rust... I think Rust only has, like, 20 slots. Or, like, it has some number. And that's about good. I would say they probably had about 20 in those games. Like, survival games. They're mainly about weight, but they're also about slots. I know that didn't really answer your question, but... The player is only getting items via shops and some being looted, and the misc items are for crafting. Is there a reason why you're limiting them? Are you wanting to limit them? Are you wanting to force them to not have all the items in their inventory? I guess that's my main question. Thank you for the hydrate. In the stretch. Oh, it's abstract. Let's remove it from being abstract. Should have read. You're not wanting them to have numerous amounts of goods, items that would make the game too trivial. So you are wanting to limit inventory a little bit. I guess the question then... I mean, 20 seems pretty solid just to kind of throw out a number. But if you're playing the game, you know, make sure to kind of rebalance it. Hey, Gib, what up? A lot of it's like just playtesting your own game. How's my attempt going? I would say our Game Jam game is going pretty well. Did I not? Oh, wait. I just made it not abstract. Okay. So far, I think it looks pretty good. Movement's going well. You can click, drop stuff off, pick that stuff up, throw it down. I'm currently working on the planner, so if I pick this up and this is a seed and click, it should disappear and put something in the planner. Nice, I'm gonna need a combat system rework for mine, and I stop the clipping. Ah, I need to figure that out too. I have some weird clipping in mine. Not in this game, my other game. That I need to figure out. Okay, so we have an item. It's picked up. We should have an item type. So we're going to add an enum. Enum. Item type enum. I'm going to get rid of this. I didn't make an enum folder. I just kind of made an enum. Where did I put that? Okay, so it's gonna be public enum item type enum. Our first enum is a seed. Then we have an herb. Then we have a herb, and then it's an ingredient. And then it is a bottle, and then it's a potion. Mine has it possible to pass through boundaries with enough speed. Ah, yes, the good old classic. Yeah, that happens a lot, especially with like Unity, because sometimes it's like, oh yeah, it like it's supposed to do it right, but if you go fast enough, you can kind of just glitch through stuff. I think that's the biggest weakness with game engines, is they all pretty much do that. Okay, so we're gonna make a scriptable object. Add folder, scriptable objects. We're going to make an item scriptable object. Item scriptable object. Public class scriptable objects. Item scriptable object. Trying to decide if you want to put the skill tree system I have in a scrapped game where you have 3 skills to use, but of different types. I would have to rework abilities to fit the game better, but still. Yeah, I mean, when you come to skill trees and stuff, there's a lot of options. And it's mainly about what you like, I find. Like, personally, how I find making games is, like, if I like playing it, then I hope others like playing it. But if I like playing it, I assume there's at least a group out there that would enjoy playing it. And that's how I want to do it, because I want to make games that I want to play. And I hope that also appeals to other people. But if I enjoy it, then I'll play it. And that being said, if there's a skill tree system and I enjoy it, that's what I try to implement. So just think about it that way, I guess. I generally am like, oh, okay, this is the type of skill tree I like using, so let's go implement that. So if it's already a system you like, then go ahead and use it. Obviously, there's also the difference between making a super complex system versus a very basic system. But there should be something for everyone, I would say. Okay, item scriptable object. I need a seed, I think. I need to make it specific. Or it's just type. public item type enum is item type, public string item name. Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna attach an item. Public item scriptable object. Item scriptable object. So we're gonna attach that to that so that we have a reference somewhere. So now what we're gonna do, we are going to I think we're just gonna make scriptable objects in here. Scriptable objects. And then, crap, what's the... Sorry, give me 1 second. I'm trying to get a reference to how do you do scriptable objects. Because I've definitely done this a couple times. Here we go. I need this part. Item. Item. Items. And then we're going to make a new item in here. It's going to be heart seed. Hey, what should we make the name of our health potion ingredient? The heart flower?
I was gonna name it something like the healing heart.
The healing heart.
Because it's named. I'm making it after the bleeding heart.
Healing heart seed. Okay, we will roll with that then. Healing heart seed. The Acre of Life. Maybe. I think I'm gonna roll with the healing heart right now. There's definitely gonna be a lot more ingredients in the future. So there's definitely more options for new names. But for this game version, we're just basically gonna have one right now. Unless we get enough done. So we have an item. So I'm gonna delete this. So currently, I don't know. We're just gonna make this general item. Base item. Perfect. And then we're gonna make a copy of this. Create prefab variant. I'm gonna make this healing heart seed. We're gonna attach this to here. And then we're gonna add this to here. We should throw it on here. And then I'm gonna find where this is. Just gonna move it over up to 1, -3. And I'm gonna change this color a little bit so we can see the difference. Material, we're gonna do seed. Seeds, I imagine like in those brown bags, like those burlap sacks almost. So I'm gonna make it like a tan. So let's make sure this still works. So if we go and pick it up and we can set it down. So now if you pick it up, it does. I mean, it sets down. It doesn't really do anything. Do we even see this thing as... Yeah, we don't see it as an interactable thing yet. Because I don't think I have it as... So let's put a planter... We have the code for planter, right? Started that? Maybe? I did. The model exists. We need like a plant model, and we need a UI on this thing. So okay, so item container is going to be... I'm going to rename this plant container. Plant container. The planter doesn't have anything. Model exists. So this one has a collider, which is how it is able to be interacted with. So we're going to do a box collider. So now it should at least show up on the player for interactable. Yeah. I don't think interact does anything. Yeah, it doesn't do anything yet. But now it doesn't drop. So I think that's the biggest part. Is it's not dropping. So interacting isn't doing anything, which is good. I just like throwing it. Just like, oh, dang it. I'm done with this. Man, it looks so good. I don't know why. Just it's such basic models, but the interactions just look clean. Okay, so now if we interact, it should be can interacts. So let's do the can interact. Currently, we're just returning true. So for a planter, we only want to be able to interact if your hands are full with a seed. Or if it is done and your hands are empty are the only times we want to interact.
There you go. There's your counter.
Huh?
Counter's done.
Okay, cool. Let's go implement it. We got a counter. Let's see, where's your counter? Hey, look at that counter. Nice. Okay, so for our counter, we're gonna put this into here, and it's huge. Oh, negative 90. 1, 1, 1. That is way too big. Oh my god, this counter's huge.
Can I like scale it down in the prefab for you? So that way you don't have to keep resizing everything?
Yeah, I mean, probably.
Never. I just thought of that now. I was like, oh wait, I could probably just put it in
Yeah,
the
you
prefab before
definitely
I
can. You can see what a 1x1 cube in Unity looks like, and then just shape it down to that. Would be 5, 5, 15, 10, 10. Oh, 10's too wide. How about... Wait, why is the countertop not at 0? -25. What about 7, 7, 10? Oh, 2, 5, 2, 2, 2, 3, 2, 3. Oh, there you go. That looks pretty good. Okay, let's test it out. Let's see if it works.
Why is it so shiny? Oh, there it goes. It looks better now. We have a working counter
We do.
with art.
I think it is still slightly shiny though.
Yeah, I don't know why it's shiny because I turned on the specular on the thing. Maybe check the texture.
I think it's the smoothness.
Yes, it is.
Does it make it super metallic? How smooth do you want it?
Like, I guess you could put a little smoothness on it if you want some shine to it, but
Maybe 0.1, 0.2 maybe?
that should be fine.
0.2? Okay. Now the bookcase. No, now we're doing the planter next. Planters next.
Yeah, I gotta make planter. That should be easy. It's just gonna be planks of wood with some like dirt in it.
Planter and then seed would be great. I
Okay.
want to do one of the items. But yeah, when you import it, you can just kind of match it up to what a 1x1 cube would look like in Unity for scaling. That would be fantastic. I'm gonna update. There we go. Okay. Now we're all caught up with prefabs. Just trying to get the prefabs so they're not like separate from what I'm messing with. Okay, cool. So we have a counter. Ooh, I'm gonna test if there's multiple counters. We put 2 counters next to each other. What is this? -3, and then this is what, -1? And this would be -3, and then this would be 0. Is that right? Is that what that would be? Oh, dang. Hold on. I gotta redo this a little bit. Yeah, that's a 1x1 cube. If I make this like 10, and then make this negative 0.25, 0.3, 0.32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 0.35. Make this 10.
All right, hang on. Let me do a little bit of messing around because I just noticed I didn't apply scales. So, oopsies.
I don't know if I like that size though. So which size would you rather have? This is like 1x1 cubic squares. This is, I think this is 0.7 compared to our person. I kind of like the 0.7 version better.
Which is the 0.7 version, the bigger or the smaller?
Smaller one. Whoops.
I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see because I don't know if your guy is the same size as my guy.
That is a good point.
I told you I can export the guy so you can see him.
Oh, grab the seed. Oh my god. Put the seed on there. It's doing the thing again. Oh. I can't even pick it up. It's too big. Does that only happens on the small one? Does that happen on the big one? No. It's only on the small one? Okay, what if we do this? Why can't I apply this? Can I apply it here? In counter. And then apply to countertop. Okay, is it the fact that I brought a prefab in, or was it the size thing? Seed is lost. It's too big. It was a prefab thing. Okay, what if I bring the countertop again? Bam, countertop. And we'll just move it over there. It's a prefab thing. Seat's too big. Can't interact with anything. Man, I love this seed doubling bug. It's fantastic.
It's pretty funny.
Okay, let's try to figure out what's happening. So we go here, we click. Contained item. Contained item is 0.2. Is the contained item supposed to be 0.2? No, it's supposed to be 1. Is the... Ah. Oh, is that what the other one was? Okay. Oh, you didn't see there was a game jam? Yeah, it started on Wednesday. The theme of the game jam is alchemy and shadows. Can I ask you what your concept is? Sure, yeah. We're making a game based off of it's like a cooking management simulator type game. So similar to Overcooked or Played Up, those sort of games. Okay, is the bug? Okay, bug is fixed. Nice. Yeah, I think I like the smaller version. I mean, depending on how, obviously, the size of the dude is, but I think I prefer smaller tables over large tables. Okay. Oh. We don't have anything going for this, right? No. Okay. So we implemented the counter art. So now the counter art's in there. The counters are fixed again. You can have 2 counters now that I dragged multiple in. Now we're working on the planner. So let me drag this as a prefab. So we have a planner. So when we go to a planner and we have a seed in our hand, specifically only a seed, we want it to be able, yes, you can interact with. So in a furniture planter, can interact with, is holding item. I think we want to pass in item held. So we're gonna update. What was it? Where is countertop? So we're gonna move counter. Or so we're gonna be, instead of this, it's gonna be item held. If item held equals null. So that. Oh, it does not equal null. That means yes, it is holding an item. And then in item, we gotta update. Furniture. We gotta update furniture. Let me close all these. There's so much stuff in here. Get out of here. Furniture. And we want this to be an item held. So in player, we're just gonna pass in held item. Perfect. Okay. So, if item held dot descriptive object dot item type equals a seed, and this is going to be var. This is going to be item scriptable object equals planted object. I'm just going to make this public right now. A planted seed. Plants. Current. Planted. Current plant. Nailed it. So if it is a seed and current plant equals null, we will destroy the seed. This This is gonna be true. We're just gonna return true. Else return false. So this is just, okay, if you have a seed in your hand and there's no plant, then you can interact with it. Debug.log planted. So we should be able to see, if I go up to it right now, it throws an error. It's exactly what I wanted. Oh, it's because scriptable objects. If item held is not null and if that's not null, we can just do null checks on this, I guess. Null checks. Get rid of this. Let's try this again. Click. I don't want to pick that. If I walk up to this, click, nothing should happen. Correct. We have a seed. Walk up. Planted. Nice. Okay, so that works. So now that we have it planted, when we interact with an item in our hand, so this is going to be the same thing. So if
I updated the prefabs and I'm sending you the player so you can see how the model looks if you put them in.
okay. If current plants.
Hopefully now that all the prefab sizes are
equals
updated,
null.
you shouldn't have to modify them anymore.
And this is it. So we're going to do the same check, even though, I mean, I don't think we need to. And we might, because we might add another interaction with another object, i.e. the water can. Dot held item. So if the held item is a seed, then we are gonna delete the seed from the person's inventory. So it's gonna be the same thing that we did with the countertop. So they're holding. So we get the new item. Actually, we're just gonna delete it. We don't need to care about it. So we're gonna go item current plant equals player dot held item dot item so. Don't need to instantiate it. We're just kind of deleting it. We're gonna destroy the thing in the hands. I think that should be it. Bam. Bam. And then if you look at the planter, okay, it has a current plant. Cool. Then we're just gonna go public pool is grown. So then we're gonna do else if player dot held item equals null, so they don't have anything in their hands, and is grown, then I wonder how I do this. Plant seed. Is the item gonna have a? Oh, okay. So I think the script object needs a prefab in here. So we need to create a seed item, or we're gonna create Okay, so we're gonna create a seed. Seed scriptable object. And then we need to create a seed. Public class seed item. It's gonna be based off of a scriptable item, scriptable object. Item slash item. I'm gonna grab this.
Okay, I wanted to ask you for the seed. Do you want this to be like overcooked where the objects are really big, or are they gonna be like smaller?
In Unity, I have them as 0.2, 0.2, 0.2 as reference. If that helps.
I don't think Unity and Blender have the same units of measurement.
I'm just telling you what you can compare that to whatever size that looks like to you. Also, I'm open to whatever you think looks good. Assuming it's on top of a countertop, does it look good? Would have been my statement. And then if it's in the person's hand, does it also look good?
Like, to show you for scale in Blender, this is what 0.2 in Blender looks like.
No, definitely not that. This is what it looks like on the countertop. Again, it could be bigger or larger depending on... I mean, I don't know what the person looks like yet, so I don't have a determined fact.
I think your 0.2 in Blender, in Unity, is my 1 scale in Blender.
Okay. So 1, I think, is what I have. Does that look good, or do you think it should be larger?
Well, here's the cube compared to the player in Blender that I have right now.
Okay, let me pull that up. Yeah, I mean, I think that looks good for the player. I think the countertop is a little too large. Can we keep it the same height but make it like 0.8?
You can't use those units of measurement for me.
Okay, remove 1 from it then.
What do you mean remove 1? Remove 1 what?
Well, your scale is X, so do scale of X 0.8. And then scale Z 0.8. Right, Z? Is that what it is? No, not Z. Y.
They won't connect up very well.
Well, if I make it 0.8 scaling for grid, then it will. If I base the grid on a 0.8 versus a 1, then it'll connect fine.
So, like, you want it like that big in comparison to a Unity cube?
Yeah, I think that looks better. Am I wrong? Like, I think don't worry about the in comparison to the Unicube. I'll deal with that stuff. But like, right? I feel like compared to the person is what I'm looking at.
I mean, I thought we were going more like this with the overcooked.
It will match up like that. As I said, if I make the grid a 0.8, then it'll be right next to each other. But just the person compared to the table I mean, even on Overcooked, if you look at that, the people are slightly larger, are like wider than one of them, right?
They're about the same size, if not a little smaller.
No, the people are slightly wider than the tables in Overcooked.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, they're about the same size then.
No, he's a little smaller, see?
Okay, barely. I think our guy's much smaller than, right? Go back to our guy's like much smaller, right?
Yeah,
Even
but
at
also
point,
not making it
even,
as
even
round.
at point, even at 0.8. I like the 0.8. Like, is
Do I need
do
to
you,
scale the floor down then?
probably, yeah. If we're gonna go based off a 0.8 system, then yeah, all the width of the walls will also probably need to scale down. I mean, but am I wrong? Are you agreeing with me or I'm looking for? I think 0.8 looks good.
Wouldn't it just be easier to scale him up then instead of scaling
Sure.
everything down? Oh, shoot, I already applied the transform.
However you want to do it. Which means I would scale the item up a little bit.
There we go, that should be fine.
And then what's the size for the item? We scale that up a little bit. Or
I
is,
just scaled its Z up. I didn't scale it all linearly.
no, the actual item. That's what I was asking.
This is still a 1.
Right. Do we want to make that larger though, since we just scale everything up?
I don't know, I haven't finished modeling it yet. It's just a cube right now, so I can't tell.
Okay. Well, I mean, you were asking how big you want it. I was just saying if we have everything scaled up a little bit, then I would say a little bit larger. But I don't know. I guess I'll have to see what you actually model to see if it needs to be scaled up or not. But I will leave that up to you to figure out what fits together. The size of it.
Hang on, I gotta redo all the prefabs again.
Okay, so that thing's planted. The item's been destroyed. It's in there. So if we do is grown and walk up. Oh, we were doing something. Ah, dang it. Seed. Public class. Okay. So we delete it. It's now in there. We do is grown. We come back and we're like, bam. Yeah, I don't think we set that up yet. I feel like I keep getting ahead of myself. Where were we? So we created a seed scriptable object, right? Because we want to get a prefab. We want to get a seed. Seed. Resulting seed. Or resulting herb. Seed. Resulting herb. And we want an herb, not a seed. So we want to make this an herb. Or an item? Why do we make this? We just make this an item. Who keeps making me make stuff, huh? Resulting herb. There we go. So now we have a resulting herb. So when you click it, we should get an herb back. Hey, save file corruption. Welcome to the database. Thank you for the follow. Okay, I think we should just do resulting item and have it any item that is putting into something and it actually comes back should do it. So we don't need to make it even this specific. We could just go resulting item. And then if we do this correctly, we can just create our new item, which is an herb. So we're going to make a new item, healing hearts. Wrong area. Let me split this up even more. We're going to go seeds. Throw the seed in there. In scriptable objects, we're going to do seeds, herbs. Put the seed in there. And the herbs, we're going to create a new scriptable object called healing hearts. Healing hearts. This is going to be an herb. Resulting item is healing heart. No, it's the other way around. Oh, we need to make an actual item. So base item is going to be create a variable. This is going to be healing hearts. This looks interesting. Thank you. Hopefully it'll be good. We're currently creating a cooking management game similar to Overcooked or Plate Up. That's gonna be for the game jam, so it's alchemy shadow themed. So we're creating potions instead of cooking. Herbs. So I'm currently trying to set up all the system. Currently we have movement down. I'm currently like, so first the idea is that you have to plant your plant and then you'll get herbs from it. You could grab those herbs, process it in a mortar and pestle, put it into a cauldron, and then get your potion from it. And that's kind of the whole process you have to do. So currently we're setting up planting the seeds to get the herb. So you can place on counters. We have counters working right now. You can also just throw stuff on the ground. So this is seed. So currently if we go up to a planter, this is a green thing, planter, we click, it'll delete and it'll plant it. So if you look at the planter, it's currently planting it. We do is grown, and that's currently what we're setting up right now, is that when it's grown, then we want to pick it up. So that's the system we're currently trying to set up. So healing heart, it results in a healing heart seed. Nope, healing heart. Which is the herb. And it's an herb. Nope, the seed's a seed. Healing heart is this, which is an herb. Okay, cool. Healing heart contains this scriptable object. Saved. Okay. So we have the interaction set up. So now, when it is grown, so in a planter, if it's grown, then we're going to get var New herb equals instantiate current plants dot resulting item. And then new herb. So then we're going to do the same thing that happens on a countertop when we pick up. So the rest of this. We transfer it, set it to the player's thing. We set the name to the current plant resulting item dot name. We do new herb dot picked up. Held item equals new herb. It should already be enabled if you create it from scratch. And then contain item. So it's going to be current plant. No, we don't need to destroy anything. We're just going to set that to null and do is grown equals false. Let's see if that logic just works blindly. Fingers crossed. So we go here. Go here.
Okay, I got the seed if you want to see the scale I have that right now.
Okay, give me 1 second. So it's planted, is grown. Go over here. Click. 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 No. I've always found the idea of deving and coding super intriguing, but it's always just flown over my head. Yeah, it's pretty interesting as a concept, because a lot of it is specific people can grasp ideas. Obviously, I like it, but it definitely is a skill you gotta learn. And I mean, there's some really intriguing stuff that you can do with it, which is what I found. It's kind of like art, I guess, right? When you learn it, you can create new stuff and do specific things that others can't. But obviously, I can't do art, so I can't draw, but I can create code. But if you enjoy it, say go for it. Yeah, I made a calculator in Python, but that's as far as my brain has let me. Your computer decided no more deving for you. Damn, I'm sorry to hear that. Your laptop's just like, nope, I'm done. Kind of makes sense. Unity's kind of a harsh thing on your processor. I mean, I always say, like, if you want to learn, like, there's plenty of tutorials out there. Feel free to give it a go. But obviously, it's just like any other hobby. You have to have enough interest and enough time to dedicate to it. But anyone can learn this stuff. You want to show me the thing?
Oh, but you're watching. I didn't know.
Let me pull it up.
So I wasn't sure if we were doing the whole plate up thing where you can have multiple on a counter, so I did put multiple on a counter just to see what it would look like.
I think eventually, yeah.
And
Oh, you're doing seeds.
I mean, I thought we were doing seeds. Isn't that what you wanted, seeds?
I was imagining like one of those burlap bags.
Wait, so I'm not doing seeds?
Well, like for like the seeds. You know how it's kind of like those burlap bags of seeds?
No.
Which would you rather have?
Like
a seed container.
I was told seed, so I'm doing seed.
Here, hold on. Let me... Streamception. Hey, will you stop watching my stream while I'm watching your stream?
No. I'm trying to read chat. I don't have 4 screens like you do. Dang it, it keeps closing my stream.
I'm trying to find an example of this quickly. Of what I was imagining.
like I get what you mean, but you gotta be specific with me.
You have 4. Why? Because I'm a game developer and a software developer, so I use a lot of screens. I was explaining this earlier. I don't need 4 screens. 2 is definitely all I need. 4 is just a luxury. So.
Ooh, fancy pants, Rich McGee over here.
Well, which would you prefer? Like a packet of seeds or like an actual just seed?
I don't know, ask chat.
I was imagining a packet of seeds, but a normal seed would also be fine. What do you guys think? Packet of seeds or just like a big seed? I'm trying to find an example of like a packet of seed, like art asset.
Like, I get what you mean by a burlap sack of seeds, but you gotta tell me you want a burlap sack of seeds and not just seeds.
Listen, you have the creative liberty.
Well, you told me a seed, so I made a seed.
I was telling you we have a seed object,
Yeah,
whatever art you want to do for it.
I made a seed that is an object.
What would you prefer? Would you want a seed object, or would you want like a thing, like a packet of seeds? What do you think would look better in the theme of it?
I worry about like if a packet of seeds will have enough detail to the player to, tell you what type of seed is what.
I mean, would a seed have enough detail to tell you the difference between the seeds?
Yeah.
I feel like a packet of seed would be more like you could put like a label on it.
I mean, haven't you seen Viva Pinata?
I mean, if you want to do that, that's fine with me. I don't.
Because I'm thinking like Viva Pinata, where like when you buy seeds, you get a seed. Right?
Oh,
You've seen
if
that,
that's
right?
what you want to do, I'm assuming the seeds just look different.
Yeah, like some are like, cones, some are like ovals. They also have different textures on them. So like some have spots, some have stripes. Blah blah blah.
Sure, that works for me if you want. I mean, if we're worried about them not knowing the difference between the stuff, we can easily have a UI thing saying you're holding this.
Because like here's what
As
Viva
well.
Pinata does. If you're looking at my screen here. So like you got like apples, you got like buttercups, you got like poison ivy seed. It's all just a seed when you buy the seed. And then you plant the seed and it becomes the thing.
Sure. As I said, if that's what you want, then I'm letting you take control of the art assets.
Dang it, don't let me do that!
What? Listen, I have to do the coding and everything. I am okay with either. They both seem fine with me. Changing the seeds so it actually each seed is different. Or having a packet that basically has a heart on it, so it's like, the healing heart is also an option.
Well, that's true, because that might also be lower polys than the seed. I'll keep the seed, and then I'll make like a bag or something.
I'm just saying, like, the bag, it's not like the bag's just a bag. You would have like a heart on it for like, healing stuff, or a droplet for mana or something, There's a label on the bag. But I'm down for either. If you want to try both and we can determine then that works with me.
Well, how big should I make the bag then?
Probably as tall as that seed. I feel like that size is pretty good. You have any idea how many potions you want there to be? Because I imagine if you want to have a lot, it might be very sneaking recognizable seeds. So, like, my one thing I was saying before is, like, if the issue becomes that you can't quite tell what you're holding and you can't easily recognize, obviously that'll be an issue if you have too many seeds. So I think the main idea would be to prevent the number of seeds and just have very distinct seeds, minimize them, and then have the potions be combinations of the different seeds. So it's less of having more seeds, but more of having different combinations. But the other thing would be adding UI saying this is what you're holding somewhere. So it's like, oh yeah, I can't quite tell, but there's this little thing in the corner that says, oh yeah, you're holding a healing heart seed, you know? But I feel like you could make enough distinctions between, like, for example, for the healing heart seed, the seed might be more of like a heart shape sort of thing, you know? Could be an option. So I feel like you could make enough distinction between the seeds, so it should be easy enough. Also, the coloring of the seed could also help.
That's what I was saying, like the pinata.
I know, I was explaining the chat, your idea. So either way works with me. We just had initial differences of thoughts between them by big seeds versus a bag of seeds. Now the question is, will there be a love potion? Oh, future iterations of this game will definitely have a love potion.
Seems illegal.
We're fighting off shadow monsters. You think we're not doing illegal stuff?
Dang. Haven't you ever listened to the genies? Can't do that shit.
We do whatever we want.
Can't make anybody fall in love with anybody else.
Have a black market area just for love potions. We'd probably have, like, it'd be probably the different types of, like, I imagine, like, the type of customer that comes in is the type of potion they're asking for. In the future. Obviously now it would be, there's just one customer. Right? So, like, how they look. Yeah, shady dude with robes. Want the potion. I'll say in the future. Right now, it's just going to be, like, there's just a customer, and they'll just ask for whatever.
I was going to say, brother, hold up.
I'm talking about the future, Nikara. I'm not saying now.
That's a lot of textures. I can add hair! Or something.
Just know you won't be the only one fighting shadows with brooms. That's fair. I'm okay with that. It's all about implementation. And how you use that fighting. I think it's just really funny, the idea of fighting shadows with brooms. So anyone who does it, it's fantastic. It just, like, I don't know, the image of, like, an old lady, like, going up to a huge demon being like, get back. Just smacking them with a broom.
How does this look?
Yeah. That looks pretty good.
Bag o' seed.
Now the question is, which do you prefer?
I don't know.
Okay, so if it's grown, if held item equals null and is grown. Oh, okay. Else, if held item equals null and is grown. Welcome back. Item. Have I crashed the game yet? No. Also heard can't make people fall in love with you. I mean, a friend of mine did that, just that to me. Fell in love like a skydiver falling through the air. Your phone died. That sucks. Maybe get better, Snyder. You ever think about that? Equals null.
I guess for reusability's sake, just having
And
one model that I
grown.
can just slap different textures on would make things a lot faster than modeling each seed by hand.
Definitely. That's how I would do it. That's how I do all the furniture, to be honest. Like the different cauldrons would just be like, you know, an upgraded cauldron would just be the same cauldron, just different colored.
That's what I was thinking.
Like the first
Might add
cauldron
one
you might make the first cauldron a little bit more worn out. And when you upgrade it, it turns into the normal looking one. It didn't think it charged last night. You're hallucinating. Then get some sleep. What are you doing?
To have each seed be custom, we have to think about like we only have 2 weeks.
We're only doing one seed right now. Maybe 2 seeds if we get to another plant in time. But for now, we're only doing 1 seed. You're just pushing through the day and going to sleep early. The sky's awake, so you're awake. Okay, give me a suggestion. You're gonna be like, oh my god, I can make this to a switch statement. I don't know about that. I don't like that. I'm gonna leave that. No, make it blue. What are you talking about? What? Why would you? Okay, whatever. Okay, so if I go in here, plant it, and then go in here, is grown. When we click, we have an item that, oh, we need to remove. We need to remove new herb dot rigid body dot enabled equals null. Oh no, that's not good. Let's see. New item, rigid body. We gotta destroy the rigid body, that's what it is. Okay, so now it's grown. Come back here, click. Hey, look at that. And the planter here does everything. Okay. Now we gotta set up the growing process. So, we need to set up a growth duration on this. Growth duration. Okay, so growth duration. Okay, so this is how many seconds it's gonna take to grow. We'll do 5 seconds for now. So on a task, we'll add task duration on this. Public int task duration. So on the healing heart, we'll do 5. We'll do 5. And then, so in a planter, we're going to be like void update. So this is every tick of the game. We're going to be checking if current plant does not equal null and is grown, not is grown, so is grown's false. We are going to public floats current float. We float current timer. So we're gonna go current timer plus equals time dot delta time. If current timer is greater than or equal to current plant dot task duration, we're gonna set is grown to true and reset the timer. Okay, so let's see. So we're gonna go here. Hold on, let me pull up the planter. So we can see it in real time. Bam. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that was 4 seconds. I counted slow. But it's now grown. Took 5 seconds. And we got it. Easy. Is that what I wanted? What test do I have? I have a create seed, create herb, create planter, add seed to planter, wait X amount, receive herb. I need to show a bar to show progress. So we're going to add some UI to the planter. So we're going to add a planter UI. Can I go to the planter? There we go. Much better. So we're going to add a UI. So we're going to do UI. I think it's, what is it? It's a slider. Well, this looks so complicated. It's not too complicated, I don't think. But it's not the simplest game. So I welcome in, demo. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I would love to answer questions. I definitely go on a lot of side tangents when people bring something up. I try to do a good job. At least. Sometimes it's hard to, because they are complicated tasks. Okay, so if I remember correctly, we don't care about the handle. Fill area, that is good. So if we look at this, normal color, I don't know, let's make it blue. That didn't work at all. Oh, that's the. It's not interactable. Okay, we gotta do something kind of funny. So hold on, let me pull up my good old classic. So we gotta make something that's kind of ridiculous. So we're gonna create. Look, I don't understand outside of one Python class I took last year, and I could basically list long and at least know what he's making typing. Well, that's good. That actually makes me feel better about doing some of the stuff. Because I know a lot of the code itself is pretty complicated. But as long as people can understand what I'm trying to do, then that is fantastic, then. User interface. So we are going to create... Hold on, I'm going to pull up Paint. We are pulling up Paint right now. Okay, this is how complex this is going to be, right? So, I couldn't see code from watching it, but it's not just straight up watching someone else type and be like, yibby yada, holothak. Is that... Okay, so this is how complex these sliders can be, right? So I'm going to be like, I want this to be the color. And that's it. That's it. That's my slider. Let me go save it. Progress slider. You're confused, but watch this. Okay, hold on. I gotta pull up. And then all I do is drag this in here. Make this a sprite. And then save. And we pull this. Where is it? Slider. And I think we go like this. No, where is it? Fill? I forget how to always do these. Oh, it might be an image. We might just do a raw image. Image. Delete the slider. Now let's restart. I think it's just a raw image. Maybe it's a raw image. I rarely do these, so I always forget what they are. I might have to pull my other game to remember how to do these. Let me pull it up while I'm trying to figure this out. I thought it was a raw image. It's not toggle. It's not this either. What a slider? Fill rectangle. I feel like there's been a missed opportunity for a draw me like one of your French skills joke. Probably. There probably is. Okay, so I'm going to pull up one of my interfaces that uses it, which is... where is it? Prefabs, combat, interface. This is a character... Nope, not that one. This one. It's health bar. This is an image. Okay. The image type didn't show up, right? It's just an image. Okay, what if I pull in the sprite? Ah! Okay. Horizontal. Okay. What if I set it 50? What's happening? Will you 125? 20. Sure. And it's going to be progress bar. I think this would be native. Where is it? Screen space. No, it's going to be world space. Whoa! The zoom up. Yeah, then we look at the model. Okay, and we look at the progress bar. 100. Right. Okay. 0. Okay, this feels way too large. Can we get like 1 by 0.2? Move this up. 1.5. Okay. Hey, Demo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the database. Hey, we hit our follower goal. Nice. 550. Welcome in, everyone. Okay, I feel like it gotta be like 1.2. Oh, not 12. 1.2. And then the canvas is fine. And then what if we do slider, get rid of slider. Oh, there you go. See that? Okay, so now we just need a reference to this, and then we can set the progress to it. Why are you guys just sitting here flirting in my chat? You guys... It's whatever. If current planet equals null, then we're gonna add a image, public image progress bar dot fill I need using Unity engine.ui. Listen, I've been noticing it the entire time. I just didn't care to say anything about it. Fill amount equals 0. So if there's no current plan in there, if else, if current plant does not equal null and is grown, then fill amount equals 1. Otherwise, we're going to do fill amount equals current plant dot task duration divided by current timer. And then all we got to do is just reference this. And then if we click play, bam, bam, that didn't work. Can I get a debug.log current timer? Did I do the wrong way? I did do the wrong way. Hey, look at that. Ding. Hey, Nikara, check this out.
Yo. I just finished the seed packet.
Well, check this out. So we got planter, seed, right?
Right.
You go up to the planter, you click, it's growing,
A.
it's done. Oh, wait,
Oh my god.
it should be done. Yeah. Yeah. And then, yeah, you can't, this is a herb, so you can't do anything with it.
Oof. Hang on, I'm getting you the seed packet right now.
It's so cool. It's so cool that if you have it set up correctly, like they're all items, so they could all interact with stuff. And like you can't interact with this because it's not a seed packet or not an item. Snyder's wondering how it's going, Nikara.
It do be going.
She's making a seed pack right now. You said you put the person in?
Yeah, as a stand-in.
Okay, I'm gonna check in all my code, and then I'm gonna start messing with whatever you put in. Poll. Stash your changes now. Stash changes. Stash. Restore. What did I change on?
I might not have put the prefab in. I just noticed. Oops.
I gotta check history currently. History. She did Matt. And the prefab. Hopefully it's fine. Oh look, Nightbot's back. That's because guys, ads start in a second. Fair warning.
Give me just a second. I'm gonna get you seed pack as well.
I'm actually gonna run them now while we're kind of in between tasks. You need the not bot to know it's welcome. They're so tall. I gotta place them in the right place. Oh no, we have floating counters. Maybe make them negative 0.25. Why am I looking at?
I sent you the seed pack, and I had to update the player prefab.
You had to update the player prefab.
Yeah, I said it got corrupted.
You corrupted my player prefab?
Well, not anymore!
You're so tall reminds me of the Mark
That's why
player
I
meme.
fixed it.
Okay, does this land correctly? I need
And you're
like
hiding your
one.
history?
Yeah, I'm hiding the history.
Suspicious. Anyway, check out the seed packet.
What?
I gave you the seed packet. It's done. Put it in there so you can see how it looks.
Did you already add it?
Yep.
Oh. Hold on, let me check the stuff in. Setup, planter, seeds, and herbs. It's so big. It's gonna crush the world.
I thought I scaled it down!
It doesn't seem like it's scaled down.
My prefab is.
Oh, maybe that's just the thing. That's not the prefab.
Yeah, geez, use the right one.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Let me set this up correctly.
I want to see the seed packet be thrown around like a rag doll. I don't know why it always doesn't go in at negative, 90, like...
I
shit.
do see that too. I don't know. I think the countertop's like that too.
I think they're all like that. They're like 0.02 off from negative 90, and I don't know why.
Oh, it's so tiny.
It's so funny.
Yeah, that's actually annoying. Yeah, you might need to make the packets actually 1 so that when I put them in there, the objects themselves are 2.
So like double whatever I scaled it down to.
Sorry, you scaled it down from like
100.
100.
Yeah, everything comes in at
100
a
to
scale.
what did you scale it down to?
8.
8.
So it's like 8% of what it comes in as.
Yeah, you might want to keep it at 100 for items.
Well, then you could take just the normal seed instead of the prefab.
Oh, that's counter.
That's big.
We got this.
I mean, it's functioning like seeds.
It is functioning like seeds. I just need to get the right scaling.
Maybe make it 0.1 instead of 0.2.
What is this item? 0.2. So we probably want it 40. Yeah, 40.
That looks better.
It's whatever times 5. So if you did 8, you want to make it 40.
Man, stop making me do math. That's not my job. There we go.
Oh, I gotta make the collider better.
I mean, for now, it just looks hilarious of you running around with this packet, just tossing it around.
I think when I place it on a table, I need to make it like flat. But I think that works. I might make the prefab though, so that we always use prefab.
Okay.
And just scale the prefab up.
Yeah, if you do, just delete my prefab and put the new one back in there.
Or just keep your prefab and update your prefab. It's very, very thin.
What?
I actually made it very thin.
Oof.
There we go. Yeah, currently the collider is just a cube collider, so it's like acting as a cube, which it really shouldn't. We could definitely make it more custom to these. It's not like there's much more systems in here, so it's not like it's crazy on the system. I mean, generally you want to try to go as simple collider as possible, but I don't think we need to worry about it. Cool. Got a seat in. Are you working on the planter next?
Yeah, I probably should, since that's what you've got going.
Listen, we're running through this game as fast as possible. We gotta get this stuff out here.
Jeez, okay. First, I need to go get food.
Okay, that's fine.
Can't make models on an empty stomach.
Oh, sure. I'll probably... Let me order food.
Send me some.
And then I'll probably stop stream for a little bit while I eat.
It's not a bad idea.
And then...
We're making good progress. We just need to make... I need to make the plant. I need to make the planter. The mortar and pestle, which should be pretty much about the same as making the cauldron, which wasn't too hard. Actually, it should be simpler than the cauldron. And I think... Oh, and the cash register counter and the mat.
I mean, the mat should be pretty simple.
Well, the mat's just pretty much, yeah, it's going to be like a very, very, very thin cube.
It should just be a unique version of a counter.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's just going to be a counter, but I'm just going to add a very, 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 very thin cube.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the same with the cash register, because I just need to look up a picture of a cash register, model it semi-good, and yeah. I might also add some pillars in the corners because I noticed the textures are kind of weird on the walls. So what you can do is, like, on the corners, you can add, like, a pillar to do that, to mask it. Make it a little bit closer to, like, whatchamacallit, Overcooked. And then I can start animations. Woo!
That or UI.
Oh yeah, and the UI. We need to get the order counter
We
thingy.
should probably get some UI in and then worry about animations.
True. Do you want the order counter to like um what's the word? To be static, or do you want it to be able to grow as we get more orders?
I mean, I just need like an order, and then I'll handle it on my side. Unless you're saying, is there putting more UI than that? You see
Like,
how
do you
Overcooked
want
kind
me
of
to?
does it?
Yeah. Do you just want me to make it like that, like a
Yeah.
Okay. So like, do it where it's like the full potion, and then do you want me to list the ingredients below and like how to make it, like Overcooked does, or just the potion?
Mm, let's just go with the potion for now.
Sounds good.
And we can put the ingredients underneath there, and we can add like an icon for the type. So
Okay.
I would have like pretty much how Overcooked does it, where it's like potion ingredients. So we were gonna need one for like 1, 2, and 3. Then
That's fine. That won't be too much harder. I'll just basically just stretch out the parchment. All right, but first food, and I gotta check the laundry because I'm sure it's not dry enough yet.
God, why is delivery so expensive? Let's just go run out and get it. Yeah, I might do that soon. Just run out and go get it. Okay, let's continue. So we have it planted. Nikara said she added the character. So let's go see the player. So let's go add the player in here. Our T-posing player. Okay, let me delete the model. We're gonna pull in the player standing. That's actually pretty good. Which way's front? Oh, we need to rotate him. 90. Whoops. 180. Okay. Oh! I have a box collider on it. Interesting. Okay, player standing. Put him in here, rotate him 180. Give him a box collider. Box collider. Delete the model. Click play. Yo, he's T-posing on all you fools. Okay, so the box collider, I need to kind of update colliders. So I'm going to add that as a task. Update colliders on objects with models. Because I've been lazily putting on box colliders, but they don't really work well. I mean, he's like not even close and he's stuck right now. You know? So that should really be more custom. Okay, so we've planted something. We got an herb out of it. So let's make this like let's make the herb green. Floor counter cauldron liquid. So we still need something for seed. So I'm gonna rename this to herb. We'll just reuse it. You also don't need countertop anymore. Herb. We're gonna make this like a dark green. Okay. So we are gonna take an herb that we just got from planting. We're gonna put it into a mortar and pestle. And we're gonna have to do work on it. So let's let me check this in. Implement player model. Okay, so bam, bam. We need to take this, create a new item called a mortar and pestle. This is going to be based off a counter. So I'm going to make a new furniture. New furniture. Let's get rid of one of these countertops. We'll make it new furniture. Empty. Mortar and pestle. Give it a cube. We'll create a new material for it. Mortar and pestle. Maybe we'll make this like, I don't know, a purple. Add a cube. 30 cube. Put 0.25 up. Make this 0.5. 0.8. 0.8. Alright, that's what we're making everything. We will move this over. Let's make this model. Bam. Bam, move this over. Whoops. Okay, so when you walk over to this and you have an herb in your hand. So let's create a new furniture. Create scriptable object. It's going to be mortar and pestle. We're going to add that to this. Bam, bam. We're going to make this a prefab. Save. Okay, so we have the mortar and pestle. We need to... What do I have on here? That's the planter. Where's the mortar and pestle? We're going to move this over. Add furniture. When holding an herb, interact to place. Hold, interact to progress. Then we got to create... I got to update that a little bit. Progress. Show progress as UI. Obtain ingredient once completed. Okay, so when we have, I'm going to delete this seed and I'm going to pull out the actual part. Whoops. And this will be like, I don't know, over here. So that's the herb. So herb, I put into here. So I need to make a new object. It's going to be base. So this is going to be create folder, ingredients. I'm going to create a variable, a variant, create prefab variant. Call this healing heart herb. Herb. We're going to call that the healing heart plant. Herb. Not herb's fine. So this is going to be 4 seconds of work, and we'll do 5. Resulting is going to be the healing heart. We need folder, ingredients, item, healing heart. So the cool thing about the system is how I have it set up. It should be easy to add new ingredients and whatnot. So it shouldn't be all that difficult if we want to add more. And hopefully, if we do the models correctly, it should just be like colors. The only thing that would be different would be the herbs and the seeds. And maybe when I get to it, maybe fancier bottles or something. Maybe we'll have different levels of potions. So like the healing heart would be, the health potion would just be a basic one, but then we make like a greater health potion and it might have like a different bottle, a fancier bottle or something. I don't know, I'm just throwing out ideas. Okay, so this is going to be an ingredient. Healing heart. Save. Put this in here. Grab this. Bam. Okay, so we have the item. This will result in it, right? The herb results in it. Yes, this still results in that. Yep. So now when we do it, we should use the same stuff that we did. I mean, I think we use a lot of same things we use for the planter. The progression is just going to be different. So I think all of this is the same. Furniture. This is going to be, instead of current plant, it's going to be current herb. Item. What is it? Can I do... is completed. And then this is going to be current herb. So this is type herb. If it's completed, it's going to be type herb. This is going to be new ingredients. Okay, so that should be able to put it in there. We should set it from that, and we should be able to grab the new ingredient. Assuming our system's set up the same. We grab that, go over here, put that in. Nope. Oh, hold on. Mortar, we need to add, I think we need to add a collider. And then... Okay, let's try that again. And then we look at this. And we can do is complete. And we get... What was that? Player held item. Healing heart. Okay, cool. So that worked. So now we just got to do how you get it from not complete to complete. So I'm going to add a new UI to this. It's going to be very similar to this one, but not quite. I'm thinking doing a radial, like a dial version. So if we copy this, go into here, just paste. Should be the same. And then I think it's as simple as horizontal. We do radial. Oh, wait. We need to make it like a circle. How do you make it a circle? I need to make this a circle. I mean, we'll have to do some fancy stuff with... Back to paint! I think I should use Paint 360 or 3D. I think Paint 3D has more options for this stuff. New. but I only like working with cubes. I know I need to make a circle. If I want to make it fancier, I gotta make it a circle, right? So we're gonna update the canvas. Just 400, 400. We are gonna remove the background. We're gonna get a 2D shape, make it a circle. I don't know, is that square? That's not square. And then we make it bam. And then we make it bam. Bam. Beautiful. Look at that. We did it. Oh my god, I'm so good. And now we save it and bring it in. Original homeschooled? I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's a radial progress. We're gonna save this and downloads. Because homeschoolers can't draw. Ah, I see. Okay, so now we just gotta bring in this new fancy circle. We make this a sprite. And then save. And then we go to the progress. Progress radial. We throw this in here. And we got to make this, I don't know, 0.5, 0.5, 0.7, 0.7. How's that? Ooh, if I made it white, I could have made it whatever color I want. Ooh. Let's make it white quickly. I still have it open, so we're good. Bam, white, white. I want to save as radial progress. Yes. I gotta fix the other one so we can make that whatever color we want. Open with paint. Fill white. Just a white image. Okay, we're gonna delete these. Bam. We're gonna bring this in and this in. It's so funny because I don't think I need this one. I think I just need this one. Save. And then I can make this like rate of progress, and then we make this like, I don't know, light blue. Maybe orange. Save. If we look at the planter, we look at the planter. We can make this one the blue. Oh my god, look at that. Do we have them facing the camera? I always forget how to do this. I know there's a way to make them face the camera. Oh, I definitely did that in my other game. Let's see. With the numbers. Let me pull up the other stuff. Oh, let's see. That is Unity, projects, Cubic Chronicles, assets. This would be the damage numbers, I believe. So that'll be in character. Is that in the code? Is that character code? Assets. Scripts. Game objects. Character. Indicator rotate. I think it's just this. I'm gonna say yes. Void update. Progress bar, transform. Is that gonna look better? Let's see. It looks like this here, but if we have them rotate, it didn't change at all. Oh, it threw an error. Ah, that's why. More in pestle. We actually have a progress, so we can do progress radial. Now let's try it. Oh, no, that's just rotating. That's not what I wanted. That was the wrong code. Where's deal damage? Show. Well, I'll deal with it in a second. I'm not gonna look at. I just want to get this thing going. I want to try to get this going so that I can go grab food. And then I'll possibly do another stream later tonight. But definitely tomorrow is going to be my next stream. So next stream is more game dev tomorrow. But also possibly later. I'll check out my socials and you'll see here. Here's my socials. Check out my socials, my Twitter, and I'll definitely keep you guys updated if I do plan on having one later today. Or check out my Discord too. That's also a good option. My Discord's good for live updates, what's going on, where Twitter's more general, random updates. I don't know if that, is there a difference between those?
I acquired food.
Nice. I did some fancy stuff in Paint, so be proud.
I saw you doing the sphere while I was on call, or the timer, right?
Yeah.
What's that one for?
This one?
Yeah.
This is the Mortar and Pestle.
Oh, okay.
So stuff that requires you to actually like press the button. I'm doing a radial. Where if it's just kind of like you sit and let go, it's going to do the progress bar.
Okay.
I mean, we could probably make them both the same. This is just kind of for my current testing. Plus, I mean, I'm assuming this isn't what we're going to end up with. It's whatever UI you decide on.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, this is the scene. Cool. Okay, so if they are interacting with it. So another thing you could do for interacting
I'll be trying
is
to do my bow buns.
Is Mortar and Pestle. If there's no item, it's just no item. Actually, that's all it is. Just no item. We don't have an item. No item, and it is completed, or current or current herb does not equal null. Actually, I think that's just it. Current herb is not null. Then you can interact with it. So then you do and current herb does not equal null. If is completed, do that. Else how do we determine if we stop interacting? Maybe we do current herb dot progress task, and then void progress task debug dot log interacting. Let's see how that works. Oh, they're still spinning. Okay, so you have to click. What if we do another one where it's like public? We could just call progress task if it's held down. So in here, okay, so where's my manager? I need my input manager. I need if button. How do you check if it's held down? Let's see, Unity, how to check if button is held down. I think it's just if mouse or is else if input.get button fire one. I think this is like if it's held down. Then we do progress task. Maybe? You can't progress task with an item, so no point in checking that. Oh, that's not true. Okay. Because eventually I plan on doing No, but you don't check it on an item. And you only do it if you're in front of a furniture. Let me progress. What's the furniture? Abstract. We're gonna do virtual, not abstract. Progress task. Turn. And on the mortar and pestle. We're just gonna do debug.log. Progressing task. Override. Okay, let's try this out. I think this will work. Maybe. I actually have no idea. I broke something here. I wish my life were while true progress task. Same. That is a mood. Oh. So how to break this? That is the question. How did I break this? Okay, that works. It's progressing task. I think down, up. So I think it's just end task, start task. So I could do I think all interactables should have bool, public, bool, start, interacting, is interacting, and then they can all have public, void, end interacting, end interaction. Instead of is interacting equals false. I guess maybe not all. Let's do only this on furniture. And then the input will just be end interaction on up. And the player's gonna have end interaction and interaction. Okay, so on furniture, when you are interacting, so let's take a look at where's the base interaction? That's me furniture item? No. Furniture? Or set just interacting. Is interacting equals true? This is always going to be set. So we also need to set it for mortar and pestle. And countertop. So then, when we end interaction, we don't need this anymore. We could be like, hey, we don't want to rotate it. Okay, so if let's copy the same stuff from planter. Because it's going to be very similar, except for we only want to do it when it's interacting. So if current herb equals null, then fill amount is 0. If current herb does not equal null and is completed, if current herb does not equal 0 and is not completed, and is interacting, then we're going to update the delta time. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. Current plant dot test duration is completed. Current plant. Okay, let's see if this works. So, click play. Grab plant. Throw it in here. We click. Oh, it didn't work. What was that? Interacts. This should just be is completed. Is completed. That was my fault. I messed that one up. Okay. Stop, click, move, click. And then you click it again to get it. There we go. Nice. Was it the last task for that part? When holding an herb, interact to place, yes. Hold interaction to progress, yes. Show UIs, yes. Change ingredient. Okay, that one's done. Whoops. Okay, cool. I think we're making solid progress on this game so far. I'm actually really excited. As I said before, feel free to leave me a follow. I do a lot of game dev on weekends and Mondays. Mondays the weekends? I don't know. Those two are the days I generally do game dev. So I'm going to go and get some food and just hang out. And then maybe tonight, definitely tomorrow. As I said, check out my socials. Okay, you have a question. What up? How's it going, Sinestumbra? Let me answer your question before I head out then. What's your question? Your girlfriend's son is interested in making games. I don't know much about it. I would look into... Are you looking to just general information to figure out how to get it going? You found Pirate Software's website? He's a great resource for a lot of stuff. There's a lot of tutorials online, especially if you're trying to get into Unity, which is a software that I'm using right here. You can see this is Unity in front of me. There's a lot of step-by-step processes for it. I also bought a Humble Bundle pack that had lessons for Godot, Unity, GameMaker, and Unreal. Okay, yeah. Pretty solid stuff so far. Best starting point, I would say, is either pick Godot, Unity, or GameMaker. I would probably stay away from Unreal. There's a lot of resources for Unity. There's a lot of people who do tutorials and whatnot for Unity. So I suggest Unity. Godot is kind of like the new version, so I know a lot of people would suggest doing Godot too. There is, if you do Unity, yeah, give me a second. So far, I mean, it sounds like you're doing a lot of great stuff. But I'm just gonna throw you a couple more resources if you want. Unity has a website called learn.unity.com. And this is a cool thing that I know is pretty great. They have these step-by-step tutorials. So it's not like videos, but it's like, let me see. I think if you go to like Unity Essentials, like there's these, it's kind of like this is what you're looking at, and it's kind of, I was suggesting Godot because I think he had it, it's free, and if he changed his mind, nobody would. How much? Unity's also free, so both mine. Both are free, so no worries on either front. Are they familiar with programming? That's also a good question. Both can be used. No, he's 11. Okay, that's fair. Both can be used for not programming also, so there's a lot of options you can do. But yeah, I mean, check out this website. It's kind of a step-by-step thing, so you can go in here, and you go into this, and it kind of gives you a quick video, and then you mark it as complete, and you go into the next one, and you mark that as complete, and eventually, like this first step is kind of like getting to know Unity, but there's definitely a lot of like websites that also are like YouTube videos that have more interactive stuff that, I don't know, younger kids might be more interested in. So, I mean, there's definitely a lot of resources out there. But yeah, this is what I have for general. So if you have a little something more specific or whatnot, I would love to help. But this is what I got for now. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the database. I'm not sure I'd personally recommend a full game engine to an 11-year-old, but if they're smart and really good Peters, go for it. The path of most people it takes, along with line of Scratch, Python. Well, I mean, it really depends on. I mean, Scratch is pretty good too. Like, Scratch is a great first step if you look into Scratch. But it depends on if they're more interested in programming or the art side of it, I'd say. But Scratch, in general, is a great first step into figuring out even visual programming, because that's what that is. Because this is Scratch. I learned this quite a while ago. Yeah, you can do a lot of stuff with Scratch. There's tutorials here. and like basically the coding is you just basically drag these in and kind of connect them up, and that's how it goes. So it really gets them into the basics of how coding works. Yeah. Good suggestion, Matt. Good suggestion. It's what you were playing around with when you were 11. Fair. See, I didn't start coding until I was in high school, so I kind of was already at the point where I could do coding, so I just went into coding. Started modding Minecraft and all that jazz. Oh no, totally. It's a pretty complex topic, I guess. Trying to figure out how to get into coding or game development. I feel like it's kind of like game development. Obviously, game development is like the shiny part of coding. Like kids want to work on it because they're games, but there's a lot to it. You're always hardware network stuff. Okay, fair. I'm a software developer, so it's kind of my side of the thing. Well, I'm gonna go head out because I'm gonna go grab food. As I was saying before, I might stream later today. Just keep an eye if you're interested on Twitch or my Discord or my Twitter. Yeah, shout out to Nikara. She's helping me. She's doing all the assets. Let me go find someone to go raid. Rune's a weirdo. We can go raid Sky. They're starting their Minecraft stuff today. So let's go raid her. I don't really get the chance to raid Sky that often. Okay, well, guys, have a fantastic rest of your day. I will catch you either later or definitely tomorrow. As I said, tomorrow at 8 p.m. CST is when I generally stream. So I will catch you guys then.